All right, guys, we got a little for opening day, folks. I apologize. We got the stream going now, I believe, so my apologies there. Hopefully we can check back in real quick for the Bears. Bears defense left, right, Miller in left, Freeze in center, Swalback in right, Kirkman at third, Sergeant Sloan is short, Revolt at second, Houck at first, Hill behind the plate, and Ty Papal Crawl on the mound today for the Bears. Playing the Cleary University Cougars out of Michigan. The center fielder, Del Savala, will step on the plate. First pitch, change up, missed low and outside, and first pitch here was thrown at 12:03, February the 11th. Rocks and fires. Fastball swung on, hit back up the middle. That's a base hit for Savala. And Cougars are in action quickly with a runner on first base. That'll bring up the right fielder, Anthony Lackley. So Crawl, again, coming off a complete game win at Voorhees, leaving them to 2 runs. Bears won that one 16-2. Crawl will come set, checks the runner. Toss it over just to make sure he lets me know. Savala, maybe a name you guys recognize. Played at Lindsey Wilson College for Coach Andrew Chuck before transferring. Crawl will rock, check. Now he'll rock and fire. Pitch high and outside. So behind the plate today, the batter for the Bears. Who's got a scoreboard? So I think it's 1 ball, no strike. This is a strike. Crawl comes set. Rocks and fire, swung, gone. Ball hit down the right field line. That will get just inside the fair territory. Swalback will come with he juggles it. Savala's going to be held to third base, and the Cougars open up with a single, then a double. And quickly in action. They'll bring up Jamison, the first baseman. So Crawl is definitely a contact pitcher. Don't have overpowering stuff. However, it's pounds the zone, put the ball in play. Defense has to play well. The Bears' defense has been extremely outstanding so far. Swung on, fouled off. So far on the season, the Bears have played 6 games and committed only 1 error defensively. You can win a lot of ball games when you do that. So Crawl gets ahead in the count here against Jameson. The first baseman, Van Ostrom, waits on deck to DH for Cleary. Off-speed pitch high and outside. Over in the count to even with a ball and a strike. Crawl gets a sign from Zach Hill. Rocks, fires, fastball low and outside. Run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Give a man, Ryan Albers. Appreciate you checking in with us. Let me know you can hear the sound. Off-speed pitch, lower part of the zone to run the count to even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Albers played for the Bears. Had a walk-off home run last year. Gave the Bears their only Mid-South Conference Series win of the season. Transferred to Cincinnati Clearmont. We wish him the best. 2 balls and 2 strikes here at the top of the first inning. Crawl will come set. Change up, swung on, fouled off. We'll do 2-2 all over again. Also want to send out a good luck wishes out there to Coach Obed Keeley. Says he was going down to tennis team down to Point University this weekend. I know he's tuning in and listening as he drives. He's not watching. Told me that this morning. Fastball swung on and missed. Foul ball goes high. Jameson unable to handle it. That's the first out of the inning. So definitely in that situation, you want to look for a strikeout. Crawl, typically not a strikeout pitcher, but he changed the eye level on Jameson. He's unable to catch up with the fastball. So we'll still keep runners on second and third, but it's one out. I bring up Jeremy Van Ostrom, the DH. See our football coaches in attendance, along with our athletic director, Kelly Wells. We got some recruits on campus today, too. A Bear alum, Rob Stacy, a UPIKE baseball alum. Brought a couple of players up from Clinton High School in Tennessee. Touring camps today. Had an opportunity to have an early lunch with those folks. Rocks and fires. All speed pitch, swung on and missed. And folks, if you're watching at home, best pitch in baseball, a changeup. And the reason why it's best pitch in baseball, only thing you do there in BP is hit fastballs. So we're going to change the speed, make the hitter make the adjustment. Nice job by Powpaw there. Powpaw comes set. Breaking ball, swung on, popped up. Kirkman will give chase. It's going to probably be out of play. It is. However, Powpaw gets ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. I tell you what, and you see the quality of the broadcast is so much better this year than last year. Big credit goes out to our SID department getting better equipment, different camera angles, taking things to the next level to support these student athletes. However, now Powpaw got an 0-2 count here. I always like to see what they do 0-2. I always preferred a low and outside fastball off the plate, though, but Zach Hills wanted high. Fastball swung on, a little bit too good of a pitch. Swallowback gives chase. He'll make the grab in right field. Savala will tag and score. That's 1-0. Nice play by Swallowback. That baseball going away from him. Reaches for the baseball, makes a nice grab, strong throw in. I'll bring up the left fielder, Aaron Dyke. Dyke hits from the left side. Rocks, fires. Fastball outside corner. So the last 2 hitters, Carl's got ahead. No balls and a strike. Carl's trying to minimize some damage here in the first. Changeup. Outside corner. So the last 2 hitters, Powpaw's went 0-2. Now last time, the last hitter, Van Ostrom, I thought he was a little bit too good 0-2. I like to see him get a little bit, not a waste pitch, but a purpose pitch, though. Nothing he can really hit. Let's see where Zach Hill, he's one at low and outside. Changeup swung on and missed. Fouled off, excuse me. I apologize, Al. I get really excited on the changeups. That's something I really enjoy is a nice changeup pitcher. That's actually pitching, not throwing. No balls and 2 strikes. Again, I'll go fastball low and outside off the plate. Let's see what Zach Hill dials up here. He's going inside. Looks like it'll be fastball in. Fastball inside corner. A little too far in, though. I run the count of the ball and 2 strikes. I would be thinking curveball outside part of the plate here. He moved the hit. This is wild here in the top of the first. Cleary, Savala started off with a single. Likely doubled. Jameson struck out. Van Ostrom flew out to right field. That's where we are now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on. Hits a hack. Squeezes it, steps on the mound. Oh, I'm sorry, on first. I'm transitioning from basketball, Alex. I'll get on mounds and rims and 3-point shots. However, Crawl, the first 2 runners hit. Crawl's able to minimize the damage, and Cleary gets 1 run in the top of the first, bringing the Bears up to bat. Do it for the Bears will be Freeze, Kirkman, and Maynard. So we'll send it back to the station for a commercial break. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. The Bears are coming at the bat in the bottom of the first half of the inning. Crawl goes 19 pitches in the first. 14 strikes, 5 balls. A strike percentage of .737. Faced 5 batters in that first inning. Got a ground ball, got a fly ball, got a strikeout in that first inning. Again, did a nice job minimizing damage. First 2 batters reached on a single, then a double. Worked out the jam, minimized it to 1 run. And that's the key to pitching. The other team's going to score runs. You got to minimize those innings. So on the mound for the Cougars, that'd be Garrett Larner. Again, those Bears will be the center fielder Tyler Freeze, an all Mid-South Conference selection last year. Also, he is going to go heading north to play a little summer baseball this year as well. So Larner's first pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Freeze, a sophomore from Etowah High School in Etowah, Georgia. Larner will rock and fire. Fastball swung on, fouled out of play. Larner, a sophomore from DeWitt, Michigan. He's an infielder and a pitcher, two-way guy. The only thing he proved to me being a two-way guy was the ability to run and hit. So that's how to pitch. Larner's 0-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball high and outside, run the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Also, probably one of the things preventing me being a two-way player is the ability to catch the baseball. So if I was able to run and hit and catch, I could be a two-way player. Larner takes a deep breath on the mound. He'll rock and fire. Fastball high and out again, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Larner really likes the fastball. Good-looking kid on the mound. Another deep breath. Fastball outside corner. Nice spot there. Freeze goes down looking for the first out of the inning. I'll bring up the third baseman, Jared Kirkman. He's the Bears shortstop last year. Had a good series down at Reinhardt. And kind of started securing his spot at that third base, at the hot corner. Rocks, fires, fastball low and outside, runs into 1 ball and no strikes. A little different camera angle here, guys, from the first base side, the first base to dugout. Kirkman at the plate. Fastball, outside corner, run count to 1 ball, no strikes. Kirkman, a senior from Memphis, Tennessee, via Southwest Tennessee Community College. Larner's 1-1 delivery. Low and outside. He'll run 2 balls and a strike. Got Tyler Maynard waiting on deck. He's the DH today for the Bears. Rocks, fire, swung on, fouled off down the right field line. They'll run the count to even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Picture perfect day here, Alec Morgan, for baseball. Larner looking in for the 2-2 delivery. Rocks, fires, fastball high and outside, run to full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is where you want to throw your best pitch. Takes a deep breath between every pitch. He'll take that deep breath. Swung on, hit to the shortstop, fields it, sets his feet, throws across the diamond for the second out of the inning. That brings up the sophomore Tyler Maynard out of Lawrence County High School. I saw his high school coach the other day on my visit to Lawrence County High School, Travis Feltner. Very proud of what Tyler's doing at the University of Pikeville. He's off to a strong start this year, too, for the Bears. Larner's pitch missed low and outside. Rocks, fires, swung on, hit hard to the shortstop, fielded, nice hands. Throws across the diamond for the third out of the inning. After 1 complete, Cleary University Cougars 1, UPIKE Bears nothing. Watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We're ready for inning number 2. First pitch is called strike 1. This is number 41, and Nicholas Cone, the third baseman. Swung on, popped out of play. Run count to 0-2. Cone, a junior from Linden, Michigan. No balls and 2 strikes. Crawl's been impressive so far. Change up, swung on and missed. Excuse me, fouled off. I'm still fired up at that D. Love dunk from last night. 0-2 delivery upcoming. Rocks, fires. Breaking ball swung on and missed. That's Crawl's second punch out of the game. First out here in the second inning. That's going to bring up the catcher, Colton Fountain.
Coming up to bat, number 18, Colton Fountain.
A senior from St. Michael's Catholic Secondary School. First pitch missed low and inside. 1-0 delivery upcoming from Papaw. Again, a very affectionate term. Swung on, hit towards left field. Miller will give chase. He's playing deep. That's one of those seeing eye singles just over the shortstop and in front of the left fielder. However, it's a base hit.
Coming up to bat, number 7, Nestor Soto.
That brings up Jinsel Soto, the shortstop. Makes a couple of really good defensive plays in the bottom half of that first inning for the Cougars. This will be the third hit of the day for the Cleary University Cougars. Crawl will come set. Checks the runner. Swung on. Pass Arden Sloan is short. And the Cougars, for the second time in 2 innings, have 2 runners on. And that's going to bring up the second baseman, Kyle Mikovic. My apology for the pronunciation of the name if that's incorrect. He's a senior from Lambertville, Michigan. Went to Glen Oaks Community College. So here the best pitch to throw, guys, will be a 6-4-3 double play. It'll be a shortstop, second baseman to the first baseman. Had a little problem with the fence out in center field. Got a little bit of wind going on. Got a few passing clouds. Again, 65 degrees. We'll take that on a February day. Crawl will come a set. Change up, miss low and outside. Ball 1. Was at practice yesterday. I've seen they did a good job working on their pickoff plays at second base and their holds. The key here is try to keep that runner as the closest second base as you can, so on a base hit it makes it harder for them to score. Crawl will come set, take a deep breath. Pitch missed inside. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. The leadoff hitter, Zavala, waits on deck. Crawl comes set, swung on, lifted towards left field. Miller goes back, he'll set his feet, gives chase, makes a grab for the second out of the inning. Now bring up Derek Zavala, who singled his first time up. So you'll see the infielders will say, they'll talk about, you see them tap the top of their head. I just show the top of the lineup. Crawl comes set, rocks, fires. inside, ball 1. Comes set, rocks, fires. Ball missed down low, 2 balls, no strikes. My apologies, has been causing some interference on the microphone. My apologies, folks. 2 balls, no strikes. Let's see if Papong gets a ground ball here somewhere. Runners on first and second, got 2 outs. 2 balls, no strikes. Caught strike 1, 2 balls and a strike. Zavala thought that was up a little bit in the zone. I thought it was a good pitch. Of course, I am a little biased, though. 2 balls and a strike, got 2 outs. Top of the second inning. Swung on, hit down the left field line. It'll be foul. I run the count to even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And for the second time in 2 innings, we have deuces wild. I mean, you got 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs, and in the second inning. Deuces all around. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Crawl comes set, checks the runner. Rocks, fires, changeup, swung on, fouled straight back. Good pitch from Crawl. I really like Zach Hill behind the plate. Does a nice job receiving the baseball. Very active behind the plate there, too. Very vocal. Very supportive of his pitchers as well, too. One of the hardest working young men on the team. Likes the microphone, too. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rocks, fires, fastball just off the outside corner. They're running to full. So the runner should be going on the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. This situation as a base runner, you can't go too quick, though, because they may run a pick play on you. So once they see Crawl commit to the plate, the runners will take off. Rocks, fires, and hits Zavala. Zavala's singled and been hit by a pitch. So I'll bring up Anthony Lee, who doubled his first time down the right field line. Senior from Aruba. Probably a little bit colder than what he's used to in Aruba. Good hitter, though. Rocks. Fastball, caught strike 1. No balls and a strike. Crawl's done a good job getting ahead of hitters today. Pitch missed down and in. They'll run the count to even. A ball and a strike. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Swung on, fouled off. You're going to count to a ball and 2 strikes. So Crawl's done a good job today getting into the 2 strike count, but sometimes he struggled whether it be have a base hit, and then he also hit a batter, excuse me. Let's see what he can do 1-2 here. They just got him foul off a breaking ball or off-speed pitch. Let's see if it goes fastball in. It does. Alvarez misses outside. Again, we're going to deuces wild here in the second. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cleary University leading this one 1-0. Top of the second inning. Doubleheader today here at Johnny Lemaster Field. Definitely like the new lids this year for the Bears. Swung on, popped up Crawl continues to pound the zone. 36 pitches, 25 strikes. Almost a 70% strike percentage right now. 70% strike percentage for Crawl. Rocks, fires, swung on, hit up the middle. Out of the outreach hands of Sergeant Sloan. Freeze will come up with a baseball. That will score 2. That'll make it 3 Cleary, 1-0. Nothing for UPIKE. So a big time 2-out base hit for so that's going to bring up Spencer Jamison. Pitch pissed low and inside. He struck out last time swinging. One ball, no strikes. Called strike 1, 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. Off speed pitch is down low, 2 balls and a strike. Three runs and 5 hits so far for the Cougars. And they got runners at first and second and the 2-1 count on Jameson. Swung on, hit towards Kirkman. He fields it, was tagged the runner at third base for the 3rd out of the inning. However, Cleary puts 2 more runs on the board in the top of the second and going to the bottom of the second inning. Cleary leading this one 3-0. Do it for the Bears. It'd be Revolt, Sarton, and Miller. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Four, 5, 6 do it for the Bears here in the bottom of the second inning. That'll be the second baseman, Cam Revolt. He'll step into step in the box, against Garrett Larner. Larner will rock and fire. Fastball missed high and inside. Revolt be followed by Sarton. Hitting next for the Bears. 1-0 delivery. Fastball missed high as well. 2 balls and no strikes. That first inning, Larner threw 11 pitches, 7 more strikes. Fastball outside corner. That'll run to count to 2 balls and a strike. Larner rocks, fires, fastball outside corner once again. They're on the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now you can't be selective here with 2 strikes. Revolt will widen his stance. Swung on, baseball hit up the middle, and the Bears have a base runner. The first one of the day for UPIKE. I'll bring up the freshman from Johnson Central High School. I'll bring up Ryan Sarton. An impressive start for the young man in his freshman campaign. Revolt a freshman as well, too. So you think about second base and shortstop. We'll throw in Tyler Maynard, a sophomore as well. Freeze, a sophomore. Future's bright for this Bears baseball program. Larner's first pitch missed high. Run to count 1 ball, no strikes. So Larner's a pitcher so far, likes the fastball, however, having trouble finding the zone. Fastball outside corner this time, though. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good velocity. Coach Andrew Chuck calls out the play for his base runner and hitter. Swung on and hit. It's hit deep. The center fielder will go back and make the grab. So we have FO8, and that will bring up the left fielder DeMarco Miller. Coach Andrczyk calls out his play. Revolt faked like he was going to steal on that one, and Larner almost stopped, which would have caused a balk. But he did not, though. And Sarton went ahead and swung, flew out the center fielder. Larner will toss it over to the first baseman, Jameson. Puts on just a tag on Revolt. Rocks, fires. Ball 1. Throw is in time to get Revolt at second for the second out of the inning. One ball, no strikes. We got 2 outs, so Revolt led off with a single. However, a fly out and a throw out. Caught stealing, excuse me. Miller will foul the baseball down the left field line. He'll even the count at 1. The ball and the strike are 2 outs. Got 2 outs, though. Fastball low and outside, run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Again, and look at that view. Nice new equipment, 4K quality. You can see Larner. You see Miller. Swung on and missed. Now even counted 2 balls and 2 strikes. Larner, 2-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball low and outside to run it to full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Houck waits on deck, the first baseman for the Bears. Three-two delivery upcoming. Fastball low and outside. And that'll be the first walk of the afternoon for Larner. Miller will be the second base runner for the Bears. Houck, a senior out of Rockcastle County High School. He was the freshman of the year in the Mid-South. 2018. Excuse me, 2019. Larner will come set. Breaking ball missed high and outside. Larner will throw over to check on Miller. Miller's got good speed. Aggressive base runner as well. Anderchuk is known to be an aggressive coach. Let's get people in motion. Swung on, fouled off down the first base line, out of play off the UPIKE Gymnasium. One ball, one strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning. We'll take on Miller once again. Definitely getting the uniform dirty. And these two teams will be meeting the same time tomorrow, folks. Got a noon for our first pitch of the first game, a 9-inning and a 7-inning game as well tomorrow. Fastball missed high and outside. They'll run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Halleck's got good power. More of a doubles hitter than versus a home run hitter. Definitely can spray from gap to gap. Halleck is affectionately known as Tony on the team. Of course, nickname for Anthony. I'm sure his dad Mark is probably watching in. I want to say hello to the Halleck family. Fastball missed high and outside. Run count 3 balls and a strike. This is where Halleck could get selective here. You really definitely want to have, if you're going to swing, you have to have your best swing on the best pitch. But you can be selective though. Schwalbach waits on deck. Fastball missed outside for consecutive hitters. That's 2 walks in a row for Larner. And that'll bring up Schwalbach, the right fielder for the Bears. Schwalbach in the Voorhees series hit a grand slam. I mean, Alec, I know it's not the same thing as a grand slam, but a 3-run homer would be nice in this situation. Schwalbach, a freshman from Fort Thomas, Kentucky, Highlands High School. Swung on, popped up. I believe he's going to get out of play. Now, Alec, do we have directions to Kevin over there if the ball gets close to the camera to protect the camera?
Yes.
And Alec is agreeing with me. Kevin played a little infield in high school. Hopefully he's still got those hands left, but sacrifice the body to protect the camera, Kevin. So Larner becomes set. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. No balls and a strike. Breaking ball, called strike 2. So now Schwalbach will change his approach a little bit. No balls and 2 strikes. That situation where you have to protect the plate. Schwalbach will widen his stance just shortly. Widen his stance slightly. He'll lower the hands just a little bit as well, too, to increase the plate coverage. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Larner steps on, steps off. Larner steps on and steps off. A little unsure of what's going through here, I believe. Maybe a little miscommunication between him and the catcher. He gets the sign this time, though. Inside out move. Runners on, no balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. I wouldn't even worry about the runner second base. If you get the hitter, Larner will come set. Fastball low and outside, the ball and 2 strikes. Zach Hill waits on deck. 9-inning game this one, and then a 7-inning game to follow. Swung on, hit towards center field, left center field. That baseball got a good carry, though. However, the center fielder will squeeze it for the third out of the inning, and after 2 complete, Cleary University Cougars 3, UPIKE nothing. As we'll go to the third. So top of the first, the Cleary Cougars score a run on 2 hits. They left 1 on base. The bottom of the first, the Bears went 3 up and 3 down. In the top of the second, Cleary scored 2 runs on 3 hits, and he left 2 more people on base. And after the bottom of the second, the Bears scored no runs on 1 hit, didn't commit an error, and they left 2 men on base as well. And this will be the DH, Jeremy Van Ostrom, followed by Dyke and Cone. Van Ostrom last time was credited with an RBI when he flew out to right field. Crawl, rocks, fires, misses low and inside. Over and count to 1 ball and no strikes. Kelly Wells has joined us in the broadcast booth. Called strike 1, ball and strike. So Crawl will begin his 3rd inning of work for the Bears. Swung on, popped towards center field. Freeze will go back. He finds it, sets his feet. Squeeze it with 1 hand for the first out of the inning. A lot of times you see the center fielder wanting to squeeze it with 1 hand. However, you want to use that 2 hands to make sure to secure the catch. However, that'll bring up Aaron Dyke, the left fielder. He's 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Oh, 1 delivery coming from Crawl. Pitch missed outside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. You got an out here in the top of the 3rd. Crawl gets his sign from Hill. Rocks, fires, swung on, popped up. Second baseman go out. Swalback will call him off, and Freeze will call him off for the 2nd out of the inning. I'll bring up the 3rd baseman, Nicholas Cone. Cone 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Crawler, rock, and fire. Called strike 1. Got 2 outs. So. You're fine. Change up missed low and outside. Run the count to a ball and a strike. Crawl will get his sign from Hill. Swung on off the UPIKE Gymnasium. And on the field. Ball and 2 strikes. Crawl's done a good job pounding the zone today. A 69% strike. 69% of his pitches have been strikes so far in the afternoon. 49th pitch upcoming. Swung on, fouled off. Look like a little change-up action here, so ball and 2 strikes. maybe for a breaking ball, maybe low and outside. Swung on, fouled off his foot. Umpire calls it immediately. Give Cone a little while to walk that one off. It's not a good feeling when you foul it off your foot. Ball and 2 strikes. I'd go fastball in. Hills want it high. Does it out of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And if you're a catcher out there, if you watch Zach Hill behind the plate, does a good job communicating with the umpire too. He doesn't hold it and try to show the umpire up. That's exactly where you want it. Now you're going to change up low and outside. You should get him. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and Crawl's impressive. 3 up and 3 down here in the third. The best inning of the day for Ty Crawl. Excellent job by Zach Hill calling that pitch selection there. Again, if you're a young manager watching, don't always concentrate on the fastball. Throw that changeup. You have to be able to throw multiple pitches. So we go to the third. Be 9-1-2 coming for the Bears. It should be Hill, Freeze, and Kirkman. Larner will begin his third inning of work for the Cougars. He's thrown 36 pitches so far, 18 balls, 18 strikes. Zach Hill, a hard-working young man who's really earned his playing time. He's a sophomore from Mount Washington, Kentucky, Bullitt East High School. So Larner will complete his warm-up tosses here. They'll bring up Zach Hill, the sophomore. Doing a great job behind the plate. Hill will dig in, done a nice job so far receiving the baseball this year for the Bears. Larner's first delivery, fastball, caught strike 1. Good velocity from Larner. Again, no balls and a strike. Larner rocks and fires. Caught strike 2. So now Hill with to extend his stride, or lengthen his stance and just try to fight it off. Swung on, hit up, that base hit for Zach Hill. One of the team favorites here. We're going to have a courtesy runner probably for the catcher. Let's see who the courtesy runner is going to be. It'll be Sammy Torres will come in and run for Zach Hill. A nice job, Zach Hill, hitting with 2 strikes. I bring up Tyler Freeze. He struck out looking last time. Rocks and fires. Breaking ball swung on, fouled off. His elbow pad come off, and the knee pad come off, or ankle guard. And I don't know how Freeze runs as fast as he does with all the guards on. He's one of the quickest guys out here. One of the most athletic people on campus. Torres will get his lead at first base. That was close at first. Torres may have been not looking at the pitcher. Got lucky to get back. No balls and a strike, nobody out. Kirkman waits on deck for the Bears. Breaking ball missed high and inside. It run count even. The ball and a strike. Free's an unconventional leadoff hitter. He really likes to swing. Very aggressive at the plate. Got a lot of power, though, too. Lorna comes set. Rocks and fires. Fastball just missed. That'll be a ball or 2 balls and a strike. Or is that a strike? I'm not sure what the signal was on the. So we're on the count of 2 balls and a strike. I tell you, Torres is making a little bit too close for comfort for me at first base. Hopefully, Torres coming off of a knee injury. Breaking ball, caught strike 2. So it run the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Cleary 3, UPIKE nothing. However, a leadoff single from Zach Hill. He's replaced by Sammy Torres being the courtesy runner. And for the second time in the afternoon, Free strikes out. I'll bring up Jared Kirkman.
Coming up to bat, number 2, Jared Kirkman.
Kirkman's 0 for 1 on the afternoon. For the third time since Torres has been courtesy runners thrown up to first base, make sure he's going to stay close. Larner set and set. Breaking ball, caught strike 1. Good first pitch. Anytime you throw that first pitch over for a strike, definitely you can be effective. Big hole between first and second, though. Fastball low and out. That run count even. The ball and a strike. Again, I know you can't really see it maybe because of the camera angle, but the second baseman's playing right on top of the second base. The bag. They're on a little hit and run here. Lengthen that hole up even more. As the hit and run was on there. Kirkman will foul it off, though. I run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Ball and 2 strikes. Got an out. Pitch in the dirt. Kirkman was able to hold up. They'll run the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes as they appealed the check swing. Larner will come set. Checks on Torres. Will throw over once again. Rocks and fires. Breaking ball. Fouled off. Kirkman is a perfect number 2 hitter. Does a good job controlling the bat. He can put the bunt down if necessary. He's always willing to fight at the plate, too. Extend those at-bats. Larner comes set. Fastball swung on a miss, though, this time. It's the second out of the inning. And I'll bring up Tyler Maynard.
Coming up to bat, number 7, Tyler Maynard.
That'll be the third punch out of the afternoon for Larner. Maynard 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Ball in the dirt. Torres is going to take off. The throw is going to get him at second base. And the young man behind the plate can throw the baseball for Cleary, and that will be after 3 complete. Cleary 3, UPIKE nothing. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny 3-0 Cleary, top of the fourth inning. Colton Fountain, the catcher, 1 for 1 on the afternoon. Done a good job behind the plate for the Cougars. Swung on, fouled off. Hey, stay tuned with us, folks, between innings. Going to have a baseball alum, Rob Stacy, head baseball coach. Head baseball coach at Clinton High School. Fastball missed low. Let's see if we can hop on here with us there in the inning as well. Yeah, so we'll work this one out. We'll get this rocking and rolling. Ty Crawl rocks, fires, swung on, popped up. Revolt goes back. He sets his feet, squeezes it for the first out. We still like to see use 2 hands. There, I had a baseball coach tell me once before. God was a baseball fan and gave you 2 hands to catch the baseball, so I have to see him use those 2 hands if possible. Spencer Jameson, the first baseman, coming up. He's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. I'll bring up the second baseman, Kyle Mikovic. Change up outside, strike 1. Crawl's been very effective. 3 up, 3 down in the third. He's retired 6 in a row. Breaking ball, strike 2. Oh, 2 delivery upcoming. Fastball outside corner, called strike 3. And Crawl's been extremely effective, retiring the last 7 Cleary Cougars he's faced. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 3-0 Cleary. Let's see if we can bring in Coach Stacy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome, good deal. Rob Stacy joining in the broadcast here, and Coach, I know you brought a couple of players up with you. Guys, young men, you're coaching the sport that you coach, baseball, but also the coach you don't. I mean, the sport you don't coach, basketball. You brought recruits up.
Yes, yeah. So we got some really good athletes down at Clinton High School, and it really excites me today. I woke up so energized because I was getting ready to come back to places I made a lot of memories with a lot of guys, and to share that with the kids from our high school is just amazing.
Well, so Coach, tell everybody at home the years that you played here at the University of Pikeville.
So my last year here as far as playing was 2010. I played here 2 years. I transferred from a school in North Carolina, Brevard, and I played here for 2 years, my junior and senior year, and I coached for a couple years after that. So, again, got to meet a lot of guys that might be listening to this that either played with me or I coached them, or, afterwards met them at an alumni game. That's something that's, big here. Is just the welcoming of alumni at this school is just amazing. So,
well, I tell you what, can you stay on with us during this inning?
Yeah,
that's wonderful. I want to hear all the good stories from him as well too. So, do it for the Bears. For the Bears, this inning will be Maynard, Sarton, and Miller. Maynard's 0 for 1 on the afternoon. He's the DH for the Bears today in the first game. Larner will begin his 4th inning of work as well. Breaking ball missed low and outside. Great day for baseball, Coach.
It's fantastic. It's unreal out here.
1-0 delivery upcoming from Larner. Swung on, hit down the right field line. Right fielder will make a grab on. Nice play. The baseball kept going away from the right fielder and ran through the baseball, Coach.
100% he did right there.
Yeah, he did.
Especially right field. That's that's the area I played at, right and center. That's a tough spot down there, especially at this field at LeMaster Field.
Well, I think there too, Coach. So many outfielders want to just run to the baseball versus running through the baseball. And that baseball is going to be going away from you.
100%.
You got to run through it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Cam Revolt, the second baseman for the Bears, will be stepping in. He got a base hit last time, singled up the middle. Larner takes a deep breath between every pitch. Swung on and missed. You're starting to see more of that deep breath, that controlling your breathing, whether it be hitting or pitching.
Yeah, 100%. So we do a lot of meditation work at the high school. I know that there's several coaches out there that are big on that, and it's been really big as far as mental health and stuff like that as well.
Well, no, 0-1 delivery misses low and inside, even a count of 1. Really, this is such a failure sport, you know, whether it be hitting or pitching. Really, to control your emotions is so hard in baseball. Breaking ball, strike 2.
And that's a big thing that we have to really translate to the high school kids, is the fact that, you know, in this sport you're going to fail a lot. 3 times out of 10 you're still doing good.
Well, that's, you know, they say it's Hall of Famers. You go 3 out, you know, go get 3 hits out of 10 at bat, you can be in the Hall of Fame. Fastball missed high and inside, run the count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Field looks great too, doesn't it, Coach?
It looks amazing. That's why I was telling Coach before the game. He was trying to tell me he's lost some rye, but I said, buddy, it looks better than it's ever looked. So
it's looking, doing a great job. Swung on, fouled ball in the box.
And also, for the people that, you know, maybe never been here, you know, the backdrop to this stadium is just beautiful. It's amazing. It's what made me love coming to Pikeville.
Well, I'll tell you what, too, Coach, as far as this UPIKE Sports Network, what our SID department is doing, they're doing just a wonderful, great job as far as, I mean, the quality of cameras, 4K, you got the multiple cameras set up. Nice viewing option at home.
100%.
2-2 delivery, swung on, hit the right fielder. He'll swing it for the second out of the inning. That's likely. You know what? Likely, he might be able to tie a major league record if he hit the baseball to him one more time.
Yeah.
A record that never will be broken.
Yes.
Most putouts in one inning, right? I'll bring up Sarton, a freshman from Johnson Central, shortstop. Rocks and fires, fastball outside corner.
I've read a lot about this kid right here. You know, local product, that's huge. Just have local talent come in and right away be able to contribute.
Yeah, playing shortstop in the Mid-South as a freshman. That's impressive.
It's very impressive.
0-1 delivery. Breaking ball missed low outside the ball and a strike. Yeah, Coach Andrechuk is going to do a great job recruiting, whether it be local or national. He doesn't have a preference. He just wants the right people for the program. Swung on, hit up the middle. Swing, his single, single. For Ryan Sarton, a single for the Bears. I'll bring up DeMarco Miller, the left fielder. He walked last time.
I think that's one of the favorite things I liked about Coach Andrechuk is just his outreach to not just local coaches, but, you know, as an alum, you know, I think it was a week after he was hired, I got a phone call. And to me, it's just being an alum and a baseball coach, that's fantastic, just knowing that you got those kind of people involved with your program.
Well, Coach Andrechuk definitely knows that the heartbeat of any program is the alums, and that's also the university as well. And he's done a great job. I agree with you. He's reached out. He has such a vision for the university, but also I think it's big. He's coached here before. I think it's big.
Yes.
He already has pride in
yes.
the program. Rocks and fires. Miller swings on and miss.
I've told a lot of people this story about Coach Andrechuk. Is what really stood out to me was the year after he coached, and he went on to coach somewhere else. We had an alumni game the next year, and he showed up to the alumni game just to hang out with the guys he'd previously coached. I thought that was just amazing.
That shows loyalty there,
yes,
doesn't
it does.
0-1 delivery upcoming to Miller. You know, Coach Stacy, 1-1 upcoming to Miller. If you watch Miller, Coach Stacy, he loads up in the back of that box.
Yes.
I mean, both feet together, trying to get all that momentum going at one time. It's hard though, right?
Yeah, I was telling the guys down there, this guy that's throwing for Cleary, I mean, he's really throwing some fuzz right now. So they're taking a good approach at the plate right now.
Breaking ball. Check swing, so he didn't go around. That's such a hard call, too, in a two-man umpiring crew. Did he go around? Because you really can't see the angle from there. But, yeah, Miller's got quick hands, and that's something that he loads up. He stays compact now, but once the pitcher goes in delivery, he's getting all that momentum going back, then he's going to the pitcher. Fastball, outside corner, leaving the count at 2. Deuces wild here in the fourth. Cleary 3, UPIKE nothing. The Bears have got a few base runners on today, however, been unable to push them across the plate so far. Houck will follow Miller in the lineup for the Bears. breaking ball outside. And Sarton will get a stolen base for the Bears. It's a full count now.
There we go. Got guys scoring position. That's what we needed right there.
Well, that put a little more pressure on the pitcher. But,
Yes.
you know, this catcher, Fountain for Cleary, he's got a good arm.
Yes, he does. That last throw last inning was phenomenal.
He gets rid of the hard fast so quickly. Quickly, I should say. Larner will come set. Rocks, fires, missed down low for the second time today. Miller's on with a base on balls, and the Bears have runners at first and second with 2 outs. And the senior, Anthony Hack, will step in the plate for the Bears. We'll have a trip to the mound. Cleary, I have not mentioned this yet, coached by Andrew Mackay. It's his first season with Cleary. He's a graduate of Grand Valley State in 2000. They're 2-2 on the season. This is a situation here. Lauren has done a good job. Thrown a lot of pitches. Struggled in the zone a little bit, Coach, but good velocity. Got a good mix of pitches as well.
Yes, he does. Yes.
But also, I've been very impressed with Ty Crawl. I know he's worked to minimize some damage in the first, but in the third and fourth, he's been rolling for the Bears.
I was very impressed with his following inning. He really made some adjustments. You could tell in the dugout with the pitching coach and Coach Anderchuk.
So Larner will step back on the mound. Again, Sarton be on second, Miller on first. Houck at the plate. Larner will check his runners. Fastball swung on, hit the third baseman off his chest. He fields it. It's going to be E5. He may be hurt there. I was wondering why he didn't throw to first base. I think that this may be where a guy does not want to get hit.
Very unlucky spot on that play.
It is, because I think he had time to throw Houck out. However, it's just one of those young players at home. If you can play infield and also catch, you definitely want to wear a cup.
Yes.
When I'm in my time of coaching, Coach Stacy, you'll see a lot of guys who they don't want to wear the cup or whatever, and it's just you don't know about the hops off of the infield. It doesn't matter how smooth that infield is, or no matter if you're playing on turf. That ball is going to pop up.
Yeah, I joke with the guys, especially the high school level, that if you plan to be a dad one day, you might want to invest in that. So
hopefully he's okay. Looks like he's see a couple smiles on his faces of his teammates. Usually that's a good sign. It just takes time. That's one of those things you can't rush along.
No.
Well, Coach, I know we got up early this morning. You come up and come by the admissions office. We had an opportunity to do some applications, do a little tour, eat in the cafeteria. What's the guys thinking about UPIKE so far?
They're extremely excited. I don't want to say super surprised, but they're very, I guess we'll just use the word surprised as in how nice everything is, how big the campus has grown, because I was telling them stories on the way up here about playing here. They are very impressed with everything that's going on here. They can see the growth, and everybody is so friendly on campus as well.
It's, definitely I tell students all the time, and I'll tell families all the time. I tell our faculty and staff as well, without you, we don't have UPIKE. And so we're definitely in the customer serving business, and our business is education, and we take it very seriously as far as they can trust us in order to provide them a college education. We take it very seriously. We try to have every resource available for students, small classroom size. And I was talking to the guys this morning. We don't want to be the biggest, just want to be the best.
Yeah, and I love that motto. I think that really was what has really got them interested, is just that motto of we're moving in a direction to be the best. And I think that really encourages them as far as a school to hear that come, not just from athletic standpoint, from the academic standpoint too.
Well, Coach Stacy, this is Cooper Swalback, his freshman out of Highlands High School up in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Last weekend they traveled down to Voorhees to play, and he hit a grand slam down there. Well, I see a runner on first, a runner on second, a runner on third. Wouldn't be bad for the freshman to have 2 grand slams,
we
right?
might need a little bear luck right here. Yep.
Swalback definitely. I mean, this future's bright. You got the second baseman, shortstop day, or the freshman. Swalback, the right fielder's a freshman. The DH is a sophomore. Center fielder's a sophomore. A lot of great future for the Bears. Warner's first delivery, breaking ball, missed low and outside, ball 1. Swalback will be followed by Zach Hill, who singled last time. 1 ball, no strikes, upcoming from Larner. Swung on, popped up, just got underneath it. The right fielder will call for it. The ball keeps on drifting on him, though. Uses two hands to catch the baseball. Squeezes it for the third out of the inning. And now complete the fourth. And after 4, Cleary leading this one 3-0. And, Coach, so going back to your days, a lot of field improvements been doing here at the Johnny LeMaster Field. And what do you think about the new lids this year?
Say it again.
What do you think about the new lids, the hats? As far as
I literally told the guys over there, I said, guys, what do you think about those hats? And they were ecstatic. So our colors at Clinton are also orange and black. So a lot of the things that we actually adopt as far as how we look, kind of logos and stuff, even the Bears logo, we've got a dragon logo that kind of looks like the bear. I'll show you in a little bit. But they literally looked out there and said, Coach, we could have those hats. I said, they're fantastic. I love how it matches with their pinstripes. It's very, very good look.
And also, Coach, which I know probably at home they might not be able to see this, but even like inside the dugout now, of course, everything's painted orange and black. You got the stick, the logo on the end. There's two. Really just as much. And a lot of people, sometimes people say, well, why is it such a focus on athletics? It's not such a focus on athletics. It's a focus on the student athlete.
Yes.
Because these student athletes are using this as a guide. It's not full scholarships, folks. We're going to the University of Pikeville as far as athletics is concerned. They get a little bit of scholarship money, but they use this as an engine to get to college education.
100%. You know, and what people sometimes need to realize is that the student athletes are sometimes the ambassadors for your school when they go to other schools. So how you look, how you present yourself, kind of reflects your college or your university or your high school as well.
So this will be the top of the lineup. Then the center fielder, Derek Savala. He's 1 for 1. He scored a run. He's also been hit by a pitch day 2. So Crawl will begin his 5th inning of work. Crawl will rock and fire. Change up, swung on, popped up. Hill can't find it. Now he finds it, throws the hat. I tell you what, folks, who says pitchers are not athletes? He comes in, you have a third baseman and the first baseman, the catcher, and who catches the baseball? The pitcher. I'm not getting any kind of agreement here from a position player. Alec Morgan's not agreeing with me, but as the lone pitcher in the dugout, in the broadcast booth, what an athletic play there by Ty Crawl.
I hear that plug for pitchers.
Nice 1 pitch, 1 out. That's efficiency right there. The center, this is going to be this would be the right fielder. This likely will step in. He's 2 for 2. He's got 2 RBIs, including a double as well. Breaking ball missed high. Run the count 2 balls, no strikes. This young man is from Aruba. A little different weather here than it is in Aruba.
A little bit.
Especially go further north into Michigan, Coach. Called strike 1, 2 balls and a strike. Again, Crawl after minimize that damage in the first, a rough second inning, but the third and fourth innings were cruising. In here, 5th got the first out on 1 pitch. Change up missed low, 3 balls and a strike. Looked like there maybe Ty took too much off on that. Sometimes on the changeup, it's more the grip change versus the arm speed change. 3-1 delivery up coming from Ty Crawl. Fastball caught strike 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Crawl in the afternoon, Coach. Strike percentage is at 71%. Rocks and fires. Swung on, fouled off. Again, folks at home, change ups. Get the hitter on that front foot. Get him waving those hands.
Looking for a rollover right here.
Be interesting 3-2 after a changeup. I don't know if we go breaking ball, maybe go fastball in. I think we can go fastball out. But no back-to-back change. Houck trying to make an athletic play. I think the guys in the dugout may give him a hard time, though. That was a great effort, but it may not have been the best execution on the 100%. And that's very, that's as a compliment because the guys in the dugout are his brothers. They'll give him a hard time on that slide there, Coach.
Yeah, they will.
No, it's because they care, though. 3-2 after back-to-back changeups. So there goes fastball. Fastball high and in. It'll be ball 4. So that ends a string of 8 consecutive hitters being retired by Crawl. I'll bring up Jameson, the first baseman. 0 for 2 on the afternoon. He struck out 1 time. That's where the pitcher's best friend, Coach. Maybe a little 4-6-3 double play action would be good.
I'd like to see that in this situation.
Big lead at first base, though. Change up, swung on, hit to right field. Schwalbach comes to the baseball. Nice job getting it in as quickly as possible to hold the runner at second. So runner at first and second, bring up the DH Jeremy von Ostrom. He is 0 for 1 in the afternoon. He does have an RBI, though. Don't see any action in the Bears bullpen quite yet. We're in the fifth. 3-0 Cleary. This is where, again, Coach, as far as pitchers is concerned, that's where you want to try to work that, get that ground ball, get that pitcher's best fin, right? Double play.
Stay down in the zone.
Crawl will come set. Checks the runner at second. Rocks and fires. Breaking ball inside. Ball 1. Crawl looking to hill once again. Swung on, hit past Kirkman. Miller playing deep and left. Likely will score easily to make it a 4-0 lead. So again, even though it wasn't a stolen base, the runner at second base caused Kirkman to go to the bag.
He did. He did.
Create a little bit of a hole, right, Coach?
Yep, 100% he did.
It's going to bring up the left fielder, Aaron Dyke, 0 for 2 in the afternoon. Again, got to minimize damage here. You got a couple runners on. Try to hold them to 1 run if you can. Fastball, caught strike 1, no balls and a strike. Again, we're playing a 9-inning game in the first one and a 7-inning game in the second one. Same schedule for tomorrow, too. Noon, first pitch, game 1. Play available on the UPIKE Sports Network. Crawl, rocks, fires, fastball missed in. Nicholas Cone waits on deck, the third baseman. Good to see he's okay as well.
Yes.
So 1 ball, 1 strike, got an out here in the fifth. 4-0 Cleary. Change up, miss low. Right now, you're starting to see Ty Crawl maybe not trust his pitches right now. Starting to be a little hesitant when he's throwing it. Got to be fluid. You got to throw it through as well. 2 balls and a strike. He'll get the sign from Zach Hill. He'll come set. Rocks and fires, miss high. Run the count to 3 balls and a strike. Again, he's allowing Crawl to work through this. Run a little pickoff play to second base. Let's see how many pitches that Crawl's thrown today. It'll be his 77th pitch upcoming. Strike percentage of 68 right now. Change up outside corner. Run the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Don't quite understand on the hitter. You question that second strike call. Probably not the best thing to do going for 3 balls and 2 strikes coming up.
He did this earlier in the bat when I was sitting down there. It's kind of confusing a little bit on the second at bat to do the same thing.
Crawl, rocks, fires, fastball swung on, hit, ball's going away from Freeze. Nice job running through the baseball once again from Tyler Freeze. He makes the grab for the second out of the inning. A big third baseman, Nicholas Cone, 0 for 2 in the afternoon. He struck out both times. Again, Crawl's not really known to be a strikeout pitcher, but he got a few punch-outs on the afternoon. You can get strikeouts with pitch locations and changing eye levels as well. Crawl will come set. Check the runner at second. Swung on. Hit fouled on the third base line. So we got an offensive timeout. So, Coach, when does your season start?
We will start, our first scrimmage will be March 2nd. Next week is the start of high school practice for Tennessee. We've been doing some conditioning since August and some arm care programs and weightlifting. But our first official game will be March 14th against Northview Academy.
And then how many years have you been the head coach?
This will be my 3rd year.
I went down and visited with Coach Stacy back last year a little bit. What was the place we went and ate at?
Hoskins.
Hoskins.
Yep, Hoskins, a Clinton tradition to come and eat at.
If you're ever in Clinton, Tennessee, definitely go by Hoskins. It's very good. Swung on, hit towards left field. Miller playing deep once again. Ball fall in front of him. A 5th run of the game will score for Cleary. Perkman will block it up. Again, they're not hitting the baseball hard at all.
Coming up to bat, number 18, Colton.
So it makes it 5-0. Runners at first and second still. Gonna bring up the catcher Colton Fountain, 1 for 2 on the afternoon. He's thrown out 2 base runners today too. Surprised me not being seeing some more action in the bullpen so far. Change up, outside corner, strike 1. Tell you, Zach Hill does a good job receiving the baseball behind the plate for the Bears too.
He does a great job of presenting pitches back there on his framework. I was noticing that earlier.
Papal will come set. Fastball swung on, hit towards Freeze. Freeze goes back, tracks the baseball, squeezes it for the 3rd out of the inning. And the Bears go to the bottom of the 5th, trailing this one 5-0. Again, Coach Stacy, I thought that was another solid inning from Papal. He minimized a little bit of a damage there.
Yes.
He maybe got in a situation where he wasn't trusting some pitches, but maybe start seeing a little action out of the Bears bullpen. I haven't seen anybody down there yet that's starting to throw, but you know, Papal is one of those guys. He's an innings eater.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of another Bear alum that played with me, Jeff Grimmie. I think the way his style of pitching and how he approaches everything, and actually just how he looks and how he delivers the baseball, reminds me so much of Jeff Grimmie.
He lives up in northern Kentucky now. He's very successful. Grimmie, had a very successful career for University of Pikeville and part of the Bears. And you're right, definitely. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
They say spitting image
After
of Jeff
you look
Grimmie.
at it a little bit more,
Yeah,
it does.
Spitting image of Jeff Grimmie on the mound. I actually just saw another Hall of Fame member walking by there, Joey Osborne. He just walked off. He played at the University of Pikeville back in the 70s and played basketball here as well from Virgie, Kentucky, and excellent shortstop for the Bears. And I tell you, one of the better storytellers you ever been around as well.
Yeah.
He'll tell you all his stories are facts or optionals in his stories as well, Coach Stacy. So it'll be 9-1-2 for the Bears. It'll be Hill, Freeze, and Kirkman. So 9 in the game, down 5-0 here. You know, Larner is starting to see a little bit of action for the Cougars in the bullpen, but let's see how many pitches he's thrown, Coach. Larner this will be his 71st pitch coming up. 39 strikes, 31 balls. Hill singled his last time. Larner's first delivery. Swung on, hits a baseball good. That's gonna be over. That's gonna be another base. Hill's gonna be 2 for 2. The ball's down. Hill's gonna be a lead off. Let's see if we want. I think with Zach Hill's speed, he's gonna stay at second base. He's 2 for 2 on the afternoon. He's led off 2 innings with a single and a double. Sammy Torres will come in and run for Zach Hill. I tell you what, folks, Zach Hill's only a triple and home run away from the cycle.
Doing a great job behind the plate and at the plate.
And again, his player development coming through the program too. When he came here, really had to get a little bit stronger, and he's done a good job, and he's never given up.
Yep.
And you can see it's paid off now. I bring up Freeze. Freeze 0 for 2 in the afternoon. He struck out. One time swinging, one time looking. Freeze he's a Mid-South Conference selection last year, coach, and really not your typical leadoff hitter. You got a little bit more power, also a little bit of a free swinger from the leadoff spot.
I really like watching him on the videos that have been put out. You know, I really think he really represents UPIKE baseball really well.
Rocks, fires. Excuse me, double. Oh, they're going to say that was a foul ball. Now, I thought that was going to be just inside that line. Now, granted, I don't have the best angle from here, but I was hopeful it was going to be just
very
inside.
hopeful for that.
Well, the situation on the approach there, Coach, breaking ball at first pitch, wasn't really committed to the swing.
Exactly.
I mean, I would think with no strikes, you want to take that rip, right?
Yes, 100%. Sitting dead red on that first pitch.
0-1 delivery coming from Larner. He tries to bunt, unable to get it down. Interesting defense there, too. The third baseman stayed put. I guess they're going to have the pitcher cover the third base line. No balls and 2 strikes on Freeze. Larner comes set. Ball in the dirt gets past the catcher. Allow Torres to advance to third base. So Bears in a little bit of business here. We do got some action in the bullpen. I'm not sure who that is. A lefty. It might be Miller. I'm not for sure. Larner will come set, checks Torres. Swung on, hit the shortstop. I thought he was going to score the run. However, it'll be a 6-2 put out. And Freeze will reach on the fielder's choice. That's a strong throw from the shortstop. Ginzel Soto playing shortstop for the Cougars. They'll bring up Jared Kirkman, third baseman for the Bears. And, Coach, I tell you, he caught that ball deep.
He did.
I thought
that was going to be a for sure run right there.
He come up and saw Torres. Torres didn't get the best break off third base, though. It was more of got to run a little bit harder off that third base bag, go score. First pitch is down low to Kirkman.
Yeah, you got to be looking for that down angle read right there at third base. So
Freeze will get his lead at first base. Again, typically with the shortstop playing back, you're going on the break. Again, I just don't think sometimes runners want to assume they're not going to throw it home, but
yes,
you got to run as hard as you can. You don't score until you get across the plate. Fastball outside corner, leaving the count of 1, a ball and a strike.
And especially at this level, everybody you're playing against is really talented and really baseball savvy too. So you've got to be playing as hard as you can every single play.
Kirkman will be followed by Maynard. Freeze will take off. Kirkman put a bat on the baseball, foul it off. A ball and 2 strikes. Wind's starting to pick up here a little bit. Still feels good for February. Breaking ball, swung on, hit to the second baseman. Tries to tag Freeze, unable to do so. Freeze will be able to advance the second baseman. Kirkman will be retired on a 4-3 putout. Bring up Maynard. He's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Sophomore from Lawrence County, Kentucky.
Great high school baseball program. Coach Feltner up there. I saw he was inducted in the Hall of Fame this year, was he not?
Yeah, I saw Coach Feltner the other day. I was doing a school visit at Lawrence County High School. Saw Coach Feltner just for a second. Great leader, great baseball coach. Breaking ball, caught strike one. A little different plate approach there. Maynard didn't want the breaking ball in first pitch. Wait back, he's looking for fastball, I guess, until he gets 2 strikes. That's the key about hitting. I mean, you don't have to swing until you have 2 strikes. You know, you can foul it off. I mean, you don't even foul it off. You can wait until your pitch. Maynard's got some pop. Hit 4 home runs last year. Launer will come set, and he'll deliver. Swung on, ball's in the dirt. That'll allow Freeze to advance to third base. So it'll be no balls and 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes. Now Maynard will change his approach a little bit here. Swung on and missed. Nice job by the catcher to hold on. And Larner looks into the Bears dugout and says, take that. I don't think he liked the celebration from Zach Hill when he doubled.
I think you're correct. I think you're correct on that one.
But you really can't say anything to the, again, taking up for the pitchers. You really can't say anything to a pitcher when he does that. When you do that, of course, he wasn't doing towards the team, though, and that's a little difference there. That's where he did it into the dugout. However, Crawl go back out for his 6th inning of work. So the Bears again will play a doubleheader today, Coach, and they got a doubleheader tomorrow. They'll travel down to Tennessee, your neck of the woods, playing Johnson on next week in the midweek game. They play University of St. Francis here next week, Saturday and Saturday.
Yeah, I looked at the schedule this year, and it's a great schedule for Coach Andershuck in his first year. I think that really sets him up for success in the next coming years with this young group that they have.
Well, we talked about how young they are. Of course, with COVID, it's allowing players to have an extra year of eligibility. But even though we have a couple of true freshmen out here, we got a couple of true sophomores. A good young squad put together, and Coach Andershuck and Coach Russell is doing a great job in the recruitment of the right players for the program as well. This will bring up the shortstop, Soto. He's 1 for 2 in the afternoon. He scored a run. He's got a put out and 3 assists today as well. Crawl's first delivery. Outside, ball 1. Rocks and fires. Swung on, got it on his hands. You got to rate that first base there, Coach. I mean, it's the first base coach got away from the baseball.
You can't be doing that. The guys are going to give you a hard time in the dugout after that one.
I'll even the count of ball and a strike. Swung on, fouled off, keeps on pounding the zone.
I try to limit the amount of ground balls I field with our guys at third base because I was an outfielder. I don't want to have to show off these stone hands in the infield.
A ball and 2 strikes. Upcoming. Swung on, changeup. I was telling Alec Morgan, SID, I said the only thing I could have been a 2-way player. I just lacked the hitting, the running, and the fielding.
Those are some pretty important things right there.
Well, that's the only thing I lacked, though. Rocks and fires. Called strike 3. Nice pitch placement, Ty Crawl. Be the first out of the inning. This is the second baseman. This is Mikovic. 0 for 2 in the afternoon. He struck out 1 time, and that was looking. First pitch is high and out. It'll be a ball 1. Crawl will step off the mound, let the wind. Crawl let the wind blow a little bit. No action in the Bears bullpen now. Crawl rocks, fires, hits him. That's the second hit batter of the afternoon.
Coming up to bat, 42, Derek Savala.
They'll bring it to center fielder Derek Savala, 1 for 2 in the afternoon. He scored a run. He's also been hit by a pitch.
Bullpen's waving their hat. I think it's saying he's ready when they're ready. So
Nice little addition to the bullpen stable. It's a nice addition too,
I love
Coach.
that. I noticed that first thing I noticed when I walked down there. It's great for the guys.
So Mikovic is trying to walk it off where he got hit in the knee. Yeah, the reliever is ready. He's going to come on in back into the dugout.
They might be waiting for the next guy.
Crawl comes set. Breaking ball missed. Got away from Hill. Allow a pass ball. Will allow the runner to advance to second base. You know, really, it seemed like, Coach, after Torres gets thrown out at the plate on that ground ball, the energy's kind of left the Bears a little bit.
It has a little bit. I was going to mention that this inning, that this is the inning that they need to match energy-wise, especially with both pitchers. They're going quite a bit into the pitch count right now.
Crawl comes set. Sarton runs a flash play. They do a lot of work at practice, Coach. Had opportunity to watch them twice this week of holding runners at second base, making them earn the runs. Pitch miss inside, 2 balls and no strikes. The wind's starting to whip a little bit stronger. Two balls and no strikes. Got 1 out. Mikovic is at second base. Savala's in the box. Umpire denotes how, I guess you only limited how many trips you have with the pitcher, the catcher and the pitcher. Crawl comes set, rocks, fires, swung on, hit to Kirkman, looks to runner back. Nice job, strong throw across for the second out of the inning. Nice
Good
job
play on that ball.
It did a nice job staying down, and then also looking the runner back. Kirkman was a shortstop last year for the Bears and made the transition over to third base. Let's bring up the right fielder, Lackley. 2 for 2 in the afternoon. He's got a double and 2 RBIs. Change up outside corner, just off the plate. Ball 1. So many times on the ground balls at third base, third baseman want to come up for some reason.
A lot.
Kirkman want to stay down. You have time to set your feet and throw across.
It's something we talk to our third baseman about a lot. You have the time.
That's one of the shorter throws in baseball. It doesn't look like it, but it is one of the shorter throws across the diamond. Swung on, popped up. I'll be off the Hoops Family Athletic Center. Heads up, folks. That ball's coming back. Nice little bounce. And off the dugout wall. 1 ball and a strike. We're in top of the 6th inning here. Cleary up 5-0. Runner second base, 2 outs. Change up, missed low and out. Run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Crawl comes set, 2-1 delivery. Swung on, hit towards Freeze in center field. Schwalbeck gives chase. unable to come up with after a diving attempt. The throw go into second base. Sergeant Sloan will put the tag on. However, it'll be a 9-6 put out to end the inning. But no run, no run. He does not score before the tag. No run. The umpire comes in and says it'll be 5-0. So we'll go to the bottom of the sixth. Excellent job there, Coach Stacy. The right fielder come up with a strong throw. Again, another example of running hard on the bases,
yeah,
right?
2 outs. You've got to put the head down and you've got to run hard on that play. I don't know what the guy was thinking on that, but you've got to put in the effort with 2 outs.
I mean, you're sitting at second base and the ball hit to the outfield. That's something. That's the way you kind of. If you're looking to earn playing time, no run. That's right. Yeah. So that's not the way to earn playing time.
No, it's not. I'm sure the coach over at Cleary is going to have a nice little conversation with that guy about running through to the last play.
And I'm sure, like Coach Hendricks, will have a discussion with his players as well too. And so what happens is with that, the Bears could have scored a run, it cost them a run, and also a run for Cleary as well too.
Yes.
And just running hard.
And it goes back to another thing that you were talking about earlier about the energy loss. I think there's a little bit of energy lax in Cleary as well. That's something we talk about with our guys. Is everybody talks about winning the first inning and obviously the last. We really harp on that middle inning. For us, the fifth, because we play 7. You got to win the 5th inning.
11 for 22. So, when you don't run hard and don't score on a base hit, the coach come out immediately and says, yeah, you're going to sit with me, and we're going to have a discussion. So let's see who number 11 is. That's going to be Nick Olson will check in from Howell, Michigan, Lansing Catholics. Cam Revolt, the second baseman, step in for the Bears. Pitch is high, 1-0. Olson's listed as a first baseman playing second base, though, Coach. Fastball outside corner, a ball and a strike.
Not to judge him, Gary, but he does look like a corner infielder.
But he must have some good hands and ability to move, Coach. Swung on. He gets a little chance here. Let's see what's going on. He said, hey, don't worry about me, guys. I got this handled out here. So Revolt's retired 4-3.
Reminds me of another Bear alum. He kind of reminds me of Ryan Rooster Chapman.
Oh, Rooster, yes. Now, softball coach at Belfry High School. I bring up Ryan Sarton, the shortstop. 1 for 2 in the afternoon. He's got a stolen base as well. Pitch missed low and outside. That's something there, Coach. We can tell all these stories. I know when you come up this morning, you had an opportunity to see one of your old professors, Rick Bentley, and he welcomed you home. It's like
he did. He went right in on me as soon as he saw me. So
like you never left. Pitch missed low and out. 2 balls, no strikes. But you talk about it being at home. That's what family do, right?
100%. That's what makes UPIKE so great. It's just guys like showing up on campus and someone's dedicated their time like Rick has to the student athletes. It's very welcoming.
Lauren will rock on fire. Breaking ball missed inside. Run count to 3 balls and no strikes. What is your approach here, Coach, when a hitter got 3-0?
Well, it really depends on the hitter. Like especially in high school, pitching there is the accuracy is not as high. We sometimes, if we're up or if we're down big, we look green light at 3-0. It's a new way of thinking. But again, in high school, it's a little bit different than college. You're not going to expect that guy to make that big pitch in that situation. And usually in high school, it's going to probably be a middle fastball right down the middle.
That Larner hit the inside corner there, run to count 3-1. Fastball missed high and out this time. Sergeant Sloan will draw the walk, and Coach Mackay will step out of the dugout. Let's see. I think it's going to be a trip.
With that said, though, Gary, if you get a green light from me on a 3-0 pitch, you better make it count. Because if you're late,
if it's a dribble back to the mound,
if it's dribble back to the mound, or if you're confused on that pitch, you're probably not getting green light with me again.
Well, I just like we've had a couple of base running fundamentals here. Coach Wells says on the basketball broadcast, that one of the easiest things to do is give effort. And and that's we've had a couple of times where we didn't give effort running bases here today for both teams. I've been also on 3-0. Hey, if you're ready to swing the bat,
Yes,
3-0, be ready to
yes.
swing the bat, right?
Yes.
This will bring up Miller, the left fielder. He's walked twice on the afternoon. Bears trailing this one 5-0. We're in the bottom of the sixth, playing 9 in the first game, 7 in the second game. Larners went the distance for Cleary. Crawls went the distance for the Bears. A showed bunt. Strike one. Miller's got good speed. Sarton got good speed at first. Playing a little small ball may not be a bad idea. Just try to get Larner off with some rhythm. That's our baseman's playing back. Swung on and missed. Gets away from the catcher. They run the count to no balls and 2 strikes. So here Miller let's see if he changes his approach any with 2 strikes. Pitch missed high and in. I noticed with 2 strikes here, DeMarco, coach, doesn't load up as much as he did with less than 2 strikes.
I was noticing after you talked about that last time and his load.
Ball and 2 strikes. Got 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Swung on to the shortstop. Gets the out at second. Not in time at first. That'll be a 6-4 put out. 6-4 put out for the second out of the inning. They'll bring up Houck, the first baseman for the Bears. Houck 0 for 1 on the afternoon. He's walked. So that's Houck is a former freshman of the year in the Mid-South Conference, coach, back in the 2018-19 season. So Coach Anderchuk is yelling to his hitter, hey, step out. We're going to change the play. Coach Houck runs through a signal system as far as number system. Miller's on the run. The throw's not in time. Miller's going to try to advance from a second to third. He does. That's the way you run right there. But Coach Anderchuk was not happy because Miller was sliding into the bag. However, it's a situation. He's running hard. He's able to, because the ball didn't get past too far from second base without hesitation, though. But ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. They run the count to 2-0. Swung on, fouled off. Let's see if the umpire gives the count here. 2-1. 2 balls and a strike.
There we go.
Miller will get his lead from third base. Houck will dig in. Fastball missed high and in. They run the count to 3 balls and a strike. Schwalbach waits on deck for the Bears. Swung on, a baseball hit deep to left field. Ball is hit deep down the left field line and got out of the ballpark, however, went foul. So we're going to do a little field maintenance after the game. The windscreen, the wind keeps on blowing, and the windscreen, some of the ties have come down. That may be a between inning situation. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Larner will come set, takes a deep breath. Fastball outside corner, gets him strike 3 looking. And that'll end the 6th. Still 5-0 Cleary.
keep knocking on the door. Just need that one opportunity.
So we've got a pitching change for the Bears. It'll be A.J. Miller. He's a redshirt sophomore from Jasper, Alabama. So Crawl ended up going 6 strong for the Bears. Crawl's final line, 6 innings pitched, 9 hits, 5 runs, all earned. He walked 1, struck out 5, and 2 looking. So again, for a second start of the year, I thought Crawl threw the base pretty well today, Coach. 100 pitches, 66 strikes.
I thought after that first inning, he really did a great job. I mean, it's just I think maybe some first game jitter or first game on home field jitters and leaving some balls up there in the first inning.
So right now the difference also, Coach, through 6 innings of play, the Cleary with runners on base is 7 for 14. UPIKE with runners on base 0 for 11.
We got to capitalize sometime. We got to capitalize with runners at scoring position.
And with you just talking about runners in score position, talking about there, Cleary's 4 for 11. The Bears 0 for 6. However, Cleary's out of the 6 leadoff hitters, they only got 1 leadoff hitter on. The Bears have got 3 leadoff hitters on in 6 innings. However, not able to push that run across the plate, though.
That's what I was saying. Their approach right now at the plate with the guy that's throwing for Cleary has been pretty good. Just has had some mishaps.
And this is putting things together here also. To complete Ty Crawl's line, they ended up getting 4 ground balls and 8 fly balls for the outs. Got a pinch hitter coming up. Kendall Flogger will pinch hit for the Cougars. Flogger is senior from Windman, Michigan, Bill City High School. Be his first plate appearance, and he'll face A.J. Miller. Miller's made a couple appearances so far for the Bears this year. Rocks and fires, misses high, ball 1. Strike 1, even the count at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Miller on the season, thrown 2 innings, struck out 2. Ball missed inside, run the count of 2 balls and a strike. Kind of a crafty lefty, Coach, a little bit quicker.
That's what I was
mechanics
going to say.
as well,
I like
right?
this little change of speed right here.
Just even his windup is quicker.
Yes.
Swung them, popped up. Houck will give chase. Looking for it, gets in, try to get inside the dugout, unable to do so. The ball hits top of the roof, bounces away. He'll even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We always tease there, Coach. We have one of our cameras set up over as well. We're going to make sure the first baseman and our first base coach got to protect the camera
At all times.
at all times. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Miller will get the 2-2 sign up coming from Hill. Breaking ball missed high and outside. Run the count of 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Miller, he's had 1 appearance, 2 innings. Gave 1 hit, a run, and struck out 2 as well. Second appearance of the year, second appearance as a Bear. Swung on, fouled off the Hoops Family Athletic Center. That one will bounce to the other side. And the wind's starting to pick up. It's supposed to be a dramatic temperature difference between today and tomorrow. You can definitely see the wind's blowing something in. So 3-2 delivery upcoming from Miller. Breaking ball outside corner. Miller will get him looking for the first out here in the 7th.
Great pitch right there. Great pitch.
That'll bring up the DH. Jeremy Von Newstrom. He's 1 for 2 in the afternoon. Got a couple RBIs. Pitch missed low and outside. Got some action for Cleary in the bullpen as well. Got a right-hander. Fastball missed high and in. I run the count to 2 balls and no strikes. Fastball missed high and outside. Run the count to 3 balls, no strikes. Rocks and fires. Ball 4. Will be the first base runner to reach against Miller.
Coming up to bat, number 13, Aaron Dyke.
We'll bring up the left fielder, Aaron Dyke, 0 for 3 on the afternoon.
I like this lefty on lefty for us in this situation.
Yeah, Miller's got that, he almost like crouches a little bit when he throws the baseball too. Ball in the dirt, nice job of Hill to block it. And it's harder than what it looks when he lifts the leg. He actually crouches down a little bit. He's trying to get a little bit more on that back leg to explode to the plate. However, it's easy to get off balance there too. It takes a lot of repetition to get that muscle memory. Fastball outside corner. They run the count even at a ball and a strike. I see 4 young men walking this way from Clinton High School.
There they are.
Miller will get the sign from Hill, rock and fire this time. Breaking ball called strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes. Cone waits on deck for Cleary. Break the ball, swung on, just past the outreach hand of Houcks. Wall back will come with the baseball. Strong throw coming up from to Kirkman. Not in time though.
Coming up to bat, number 41, Nicholas Cohen.
So we put runners on the corners first and third. Bring up Cone. 1 for 3 on the afternoon. He struck out twice. He drove in a run. So Miller did a nice job of communicating with the shortstop. Ground ball back to him. We'll try to get a 1-6-3. Fastball outside corner called strike 1. So, Coach, you guys go to number system or you go to the traditional signs?
So we do number system. We actually do something funky too, where we do number system with hidden signs outside the number system.
Runner take off first base. Hill, strong throw to second. Not in time, and then they'll have a run across the plate. So that's a it could be a stolen base, and then so the count was a ball on the hitter. Trying to get the scoring down here, so it makes it 6-0 Cleary. The runner from first to second will be credited with a stolen base. Then a runner from third, I guess that would be considered a stolen base as well too. No, no advance on a throw. That's it. That's the reason why we have the best SIDs in the country. They know the scoring. Breaking ball outside corner, just missed. 1-2. Well, I missed a couple pitches there. Ball and 2 strikes, got an out. Miller will come set, checks the runner at second. Fastball missed high and outside. I do know something on Miller, Coach Stacy, that when he misses high, too much momentum is going towards the third base dugout.
Yes, he's fallen off
He's
quite
falling,
a bit.
yeah. You keep up momentum going to the plate, you can keep everything a little bit more in line. Swung on, hit past Kirkman, pass starting. Miller's got the baseball. He's going to come up with get into Kirkman. However, Cone will be credited with another base hit. And they have runners at first and third with one out. This will bring up Fountain, the catcher. He's 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Coach Anderchuk went and talked to Miller, the left-hander. He struck out the first guy, but then let's see exactly what happened. I can't remember all the plays. Then a walk and a couple base hits, a stolen base. Advance on the throw. 6-0. Coach Anderchuk keeps on talking about climbing the mountain. Of course, Mid-South, one of the tougher conferences in the country as far as any sports, especially baseball. And this is where you want to get a coaching opportunity here in February.
Yes. Trying to get some momentum to go into those conference games. I mean, again, I played in the Mid-South. We were in the Mid-South, and it was a absolute gauntlet to play in the Mid-South.
Well, this is a situation, again, new coaching staff. He's trying to create the culture he wants and see what he can do here. Fastball in the inside corner. Missed, though. Ball 1. You hear the guys on the dugout say, hey, let's figure a way out of it. You like to hear that encouraging tone.
Yes, yes.
Hey, we're still with you. So Miller's throw to first base. Out, nice hands over there. Rocks, fire, shows a bunt. Kirkman over to Hill. So Kirkman come in. I heard the catcher yell 4. I thought they had to play on this. The throw was a little high, though, for the tag.
Yep, first and third, lefty on the mound, bunt down third. That's a pretty good move right there.
So it scores the run. It makes it 7-0. Runner still in first and second. So this will be number 7, the shortstop Soto. 1 for 3 on the afternoon, and he scored a run. The wind's really whipping right now, and more of the windscreen's coming down. Fastball called strike 1. No balls and a strike. Got an out. Oh, 0-1. Lefty on lefty once again. Swung on and missed. Run the count to no balls and 2 strikes. Got an out. Also a situation here, Coach, too, for a young man on the mound. Miller, a sophomore, a lefty. Opportunity for him to get in a situation. He was going to throw in a situation like this throughout the year.
Yes.
Opportunity for him to grow. And then also, again, of course, these last 3 pitches he's thrown has all been strikes. Done a much better job of not falling off the mound, right?
Yes.
Just staying a little bit more to the
I
plate.
think that might have Coach Anderchuk probably had a little bit of that in that mound meeting that he had.
And from my experience as a pitcher, what happens as a pitcher, we try to overthrow. We try to get too much going, get a head jerk, or try to get too much of that front side going. Breaking ball inside. I think his teammates may give him a hard time at the plate there. He could have took one in the foot to load the bases. But Soto wanting to hit. I run the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swung on, fouled off, unable to hold on to the baseball's heel. Soto from Boston. It's interesting to see how people end up at colleges. Like in college in Michigan.
Yes.
A man from cheeseburger, plain, and fries. Thank you, man. Ball and 2 strikes. Swung on and missed. I think
he did.
they're going to say he didn't, but that's an automatic call as an umpire. I mean, because you can't see that one. But I think he may went around. But that's the right mechanics from behind home plate umpire, though.
Yes, it was. From our angle, I believe he went around, but it's hard to make that call in the field.
Which we see the angle, right? He doesn't.
Exactly.
So run to 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, just plain. Swung on, hit towards freezing center field, unable to get it. Come up with it. Ball's into Houck. He's unable to cut it off. Ball gets all the way to the fence. Soto will go all the way to second base. That makes it 8-0.
Coming up to bat, number 11, Nick Olson.
Would a Coke be all right for a request? Thank you. So it runs it to 8-0. But I tell you one thing, I noticed the guys running the bags now for Cleary. They're running a little bit harder now, Coach.
Just a little bit harder.
Because I was watching them out of the box and around the bags. Like, man, yeah, Coach Mackay is they've listened to his words. So this is the substitute here. This is Olson. Rocks, fires. Just inside will be a ball. Ball 1. It was a single. Miller, rock, fire in the dirt. Hill's unable to block it. And that'll be ball 2 and make it 9-0.
Need to stop the bleeding right here.
That's
give us a chance at this bottom half.
Again, go back to the 5th inning here, Coach. When we had the base running, we got on the home plate. Energy's totally left the Bears.
It has. It has.
Fastball high and outside. Run the count to 3 balls, no strikes. Miller rocks, fires, fastball, strike 1. Miller will come set where he rocks and fires. Fastball is high, be ball 4. So Olson will reach on base. I'll bring up the leadoff here, Derek Zavala.
Number 42, Derek Zavala.
1 for 3 on the afternoon. He scored a run. Got 1 out. That one out was the first hitter of the inning. Miller's really trying to work, keep going though. Runners on first and third. Rocks, fire, ball in the dirt. Nice job by Hill. I tell you, in a tough inning, Coach, it's that mound can be one of the loneliest places in the world in a tough inning.
It can be 100% on that. Also a lonely place for a coach as well.
1-0 delivery upcoming. Changeup swung on and missed. Be a ball and a strike. So stay with us, folks. We got game 2 coming up after this one. Be a 7-inning ball game. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes. Try to get a little bit more confidence on the mound, Coach, I believe. Ball in the dirt. And he's going to try to, yes, sir. He got a nice job.
That's a great play by the pitcher right there.
Says ball 2. Well, ball in the dirt. Nice effort from the pitcher. Coming in. Again, it very easily could have been, I'm hanging my head and kind of rough inning. He shows a little grit and determination there.
Yes, yes. Again, that was a big game-saving run right there to continually allow us to have a chance here.
Exactly, because in the 9-inning game after 7, you've had 10-run rule. That's considered a mercy, and they'll call it a game. It's at 9 right now, and Miller did a nice job, nice effort laying out and getting the tag. 2-2 delivery upcoming. Breaking ball inside. So we got those 3 balls, 2 outs, 2 out, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 7th. 2 outs though. Rocks, fires, swung on, fouled off. I'm glad we're getting some good weather today. Again, I know we talked about the weather a little bit. Tomorrow I think it's supposed to be in the 30s potentially. It's more custom of February baseball.
Exactly.
Maybe you just brought the sunshine with you today.
I think we did. It's been nice in Tennessee the past week.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Miller will get his sign, check his runner. Fastball high and outside though, ball 4. Savala will reach on the free pass. Bring up Lackley, the right fielder. He's 3 for 3 on the afternoon. He scored a run, drove in 2. He's got 2 doubles. He's walked once. Short mind to see him get out once a day, Coach.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying just seeing these guys get out here and wear the UPIKE colors is exciting.
Lackley will step in the box here, 3 for 3 on the afternoon. Fastball, outside corner, strike 1. AJ will get his sign. Check Olson at second. Fastball, outside corner, strike 2. A little bit more pop on that one as well.
Yep.
Comes set. Checks Olson once again. Change up down low and out. And they count the ball and 2 strikes. Rocks, fire, swung on. 2. Ryan starting a shortstop. So that'll close out the top of the 7th inning. Cleary taking a 9-0 lead. And you see the UPIKE Bears, the whole dugout going to do a little
Work in between innings here.
Get that, Mossy, don't mind on the screen. I tell you what, this is what you talk about a student athlete as far as baseball. Again, I'm biased. I love the game of baseball, but there are not too many sports and collegiates where you got to work on your own field. Well, baseball players do. And you see people getting on people's shoulders to repair the wind. The wind came in, whipped them through really hard. And those guys.
Definitely some teamwork going on right now.
I mean, people getting on the shoulders, people holding each other up, putting the zip ties out. That looks like got a new pitcher on the mound here for Cleary as well. I'll take it just in a second. That's going to be Hunter Weber, a 6'1" freshman from Brighton, Michigan. But yeah, so you getting all those guys up there, a little windscreen action, and now the Bears didn't get the bats going though, Coach. Got a few runs across the board. They're down 9-0. They're bottom of the 7th inning, and again, the 6 times they've had leadoff hitter today, 3 times they've reached base.
Yep.
They just haven't been able to capitalize though. And one of those times reached base was leadoff double.
Yeah, well, let's see what we can do against this new guy here, this relief pitcher. I think it might be an opportunity to jump on him right here and surprise him.
Relief pitcher for the Cougars is number 12, Hunter Weber.
So we'll close the line on Garrett Larner. 6-inning pitch, 4 hits, no runs, 4 walks, 5 Ks, 2 looking. I tell you what, they're not going to be able to start the inning quite yet. They got the pit crew still working on the fence. Nice job, those guys out there. Got a little failed maintenance out in center field, but they coach said, hey, look at that next inning. So do it for the Bears be Schwalbach. Be Schwalbach, Hill, and Freeze. Schwalbach's 0 for 2 on the afternoon, the right fielder. Weber's first delivery upcoming. That's a little plus velocity on that one, Coach. It's very, that arm path is very smooth.
Yes, it was.
6'1" frame, using all of it to throw the baseball. Ball missed high and out, a ball and a strike. I'll go 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tell you, Weber on the mound, very effortless throwing the baseball. Breaking ball swung on, popped out of play. Ball and 2 strikes. Fastball missed high and in. Run counts the ball 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Hill will follow Schwalbach. Fastball missed high and out. Fill it up at 3-2. Weber's 3-2 delivery upcoming. Swung on. Found the barrel. Ball found the gap. Schwalbach running hard out of the box to come up with a double. That's how you run the bags, folks, right there. He run out of the box, Coach Stacy, wanting a double.
Exactly. It was a good piece of hitting right there, too, staying on that outside pitch high.
So I'll bring up Zach Hill, the catcher, 2 for 2 in the afternoon. He's singled and he's doubled. We mentioned he's a triple and a home run away from a cycle. I've seen Zach run. That triple, got to get it on that right field corner for a triple. Ball missed high. Hill showed bunt on that one. And Zach Hill's one of my favorite people on campus. The reason I'm saying that, I've seen him run. I'm not saying I'm any faster. I'm not. I just seen Zach run, and getting a triple is hard. There's a reason why like getting 9 or 10 triples will lead the bigs.
Yep.
Fastball missed high and in. Run the count 2 balls, no strikes. Top the lineup follows Hill, and that's Freeze, and then Kirkman. Weber will check the runner. Swung on, ball. Olson's got to play at second base. He squeezes it for the first out of the inning.
Coming up to bat, number 1, Tyler Freeze.
Freeze 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Freeze is usually aggressive early in the count. Let's see if he stays aggressive. Yeah, starting off with a changeup. That'll be the first time he saw anything besides a fastball first pitch. And Freeze was looking fastball.
Definitely was looking fastball on that.
Because we saw both sides of his face there when he swung. When he swung. Swung on, hit past the shortstop. They're going to try to score Schwal back. Now Coach Anderchuk's going to hold him at third base.
Coming up to bat, number 2, Jared Kirkman.
That'll bring up Kirkman, 0 for 3 on the afternoon. He's played a good third base day for the Bears. Weber comes set. Fastball missed high and out. Ball, no strikes. Maynard to follow Kirkman. Fastball missed inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Fountain will call time, go talk to his pitcher. Rocks, fires, swung on and missed. Freeze going to get caught between first and second. That's a delayed steal, and Freeze is going to be, he's going to be called for the second out of the inning, and Schwalbach should be able to score. He does. So a lot of action. The Bears will score their first run of the game. Freeze going to be retired. Be 3-6-3-4. Because second baseman.
3-6-3-4.
Yeah, 3-6-3-4. And Kirkman will foul that one off. Rocks and fires. Fastball low. They'll fill it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball missed inside. Ball 4. Yeah.
Coming up to bat, number 7, Tyler Maynard.
I don't think it's negative though. No. Because he's already going. He's just a. Okay. Yeah. Maynard will dig in. Maynard 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Kirkman will walk. Fastball inside corner. Strike one. No balls and a strike. Ball in the dirt. That'll be a wild pitch. That'll allow Kirkman to advance to second. I've been seeing more of the gloves like Kirkman's got on, kind of protecting the hands.
Yeah, the protective gloves. We have a couple guys on our team that use those protective gloves. And I look back and I wish I would have had something like that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
As many bases I tried to steal.
I never
a lot
did
of
have
stub fingers.
I never did have any need for that trick, Coach. There'll be a ball and a strike. Pitch high. Cam Revolt waits on deck. He's 1 for 3 on the afternoon. It's 9-1 Cleary in the bottom of the 7th. That wind continues to whip. Swung on, popped up. First baseman will squeeze it. And that will end the 7th. After 7, Cleary's 9, UPIKE 1. You're watching UPIKE Baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny here in the top of the 8th inning. Cleary leading this one 9-1. First pitch is down low and outside. Ball 1. Really the situation here, Coach, the next 2 innings, he's got to be able to.
Gonna have to do something here.
Well, you know, even down 8 runs. First pitch, the second pitch is low and inside. Run. They count 2 balls, no strikes. Still want to see fight from your team.
Exactly. Especially with a young team, you want to see that fight continue so they can build that bond over the next couple of years.
Fastball missed inside. Run count to 3 balls and no strikes. Miller will start his second inning of work here for the Bears. Fastball outside corner, strike 1. 3 balls and a strike. Pitch low and outside, be ball 4. And that was Flor who just hit for the Cougars. That'll bring up Van Alster, the DH, 1 for 2 in the afternoon. Hits from the right side. Hill's throw not in time. Nice job of Sarton being there to back up the throw. Get 1 ball, no strikes. Looks like Miller's lost a little bit more confidence there. We got some action going on down the bullpen for the Bears as well. But again, a young lefty on the mound is one of those things. It's easy to say, hey, keep your confidence, but when you're a competitor on that mound and things not going your way, it's tough.
Yep, some definitely learning lessons going on right here for him that hopefully help in the season.
Swung on and missed. Oh, you to count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Definitely has, Miller has a lot of upside there. Left-handed guy, kind of a different type of motion there. He can throw a lot of hitters off for entering it too. Rocks and fires, swung and fouled off. Just heard from one of your former teammates, Adam Collins, just sent me a text.
AC.
He's wanting to know if they're playing a 9 and a 7 today. So teaching school and he's been able to tune in.
Love Adam Collins.
Rocked and fire, swung on and missed. For the first out of the inning. That's the way to come back as a left-hander. Starting to show a little bit more confidence as well, too. Left fielder Aaron Dyke will step in, 1 for 4 in the afternoon. Sam O'Keefe throwing for the Bears in the bullpen. Miller will come set, rocks and fires. Fastball called strike 1. Pitch down low. That'll even a count of 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Got an out. 9-1 here in the 8th. Again, 9-inning game in the first game, a 7-inning game in the second. These two teams will meet again tomorrow. 9-inning game and then the 7-inning game. Miller rocks, fires, pitch in the dirt. Nice job of Hill to block the baseball. You know, outside of games, Coach Stacy, the Bears haven't had a lot of practice time on the field. I think they've had 5 days on the field outside of playing the games.
It's very hard to do. Very hard.
But again, I think defensively they've played well. They haven't committed an error today, but however, they've only committed 1 so far, and this is the 7th game of the season. Pitch missed outside. They'll run the count to 3-1. Cleary has 9 runs on 12 hits. They've committed 2 errors. The Bears got a run on 6 hits so far. Swung on. Yeah, the first base coach said, I'm not having any part of that one.
Not doing a good job of protecting that camera on that one.
No, he definitely, you know, if he's putting an application for the camera protect man, that application may be rejected, to be honest with you. I don't know how passionate he is about protecting that camera there, Coach.
Exactly.
3-2 delivery coming from Miller against Dyke. Lefty on lefty. Cone waits on deck for Cleary. Swung on. Hit past Halka first. It'll be a base hit. Schwab back at the baseball. He'll come up throwing over to the plate. Not in time. That'll be for the 10th run of the game. Bring up the third baseman, Nicholas Cone. He's 2 for 4 in the afternoon. He's the third baseman for the Cougars. Schwalbach made a good throw into the plate there. A little miscommunication, I think, from the first baseman. Didn't quite get over for the cut. There's also one of those in-between throws. Get there, you know, does the catcher come get it, or
let
it bounce? First pitch is fouled off. Strike 1. Sam O'Keefe waves his hat to the coaches, let them know he's ready. No balls and a strike, got an out here in the 8th inning, 10-1. Miller will come set. Pitch missed low.
I believe if I'm correct, there's somebody that's getting ready to pitch because I can hear the plyo balls.
Yeah,
on the wall.
plyo. Yeah, definitely a different way of getting loose now compared to when I played, especially. But definitely to protect its arm injuries and swung on, lifted towards right field. Schwalbach will go back. Has a beat on it, squeezes it. That'll be the second out of the inning.
Coming up to bat, number 18, Colton Fountain.
Bring up the catcher, who was 1 for 4 in the afternoon, Colton Fountain. Again, I thought he'd done a excellent job for them behind the plate today. He's thrown a couple base runners and caught a good game. So Miller's going to try to complete this second inning of work for the Bears. Ball in the dirt. He'll come up throwing. Strong throw to Revolt. It's on the wrong side of the bag, though. Starting did a nice job backing it up. Put a runner at second. So big ball, no strikes. 2 outs. 8th inning. AJ will come set, checks the runner at second, 2 outs. Rocks, fires, fastball, just missed. Run to 2 balls, no strikes. Young lefty from Jasper, Alabama. Swung on, a baseball hit deep to left field. Miller will go back, and that ball will get over the Dairy Queen sign for a home run by the catcher. Second hit of the day, it makes it a 12-1 Cleary lead. So this is an opportunity here for A.J. Miller to respond, though. Things like that's going to happen in baseball. We're going to get the home runs. So bring up the shortstop, Soto, 2 for 4 in the afternoon. Hits from the left side. They're going to have a pinch hitter for Soto. Let's see, we get the number. Coach Andrzejczyk's going to come out and potentially make a change. Gabriel Clark will pinch hit for Soto. So Sam O'Keefe will come in and replace Miller on the mound. It's one of those things too about baseball, Coach Stacy, that you have the teammates coming out greeting the pitcher coming off. It don't matter if it's a tough inning or a good inning.
Exactly.
And it's the Sam O'Keefe, product from the Ashland area. I can't remember which high school.
Big kid on the mound right here.
Lewis County High School is a fun fact about Sam O'Keefe. He was actually the player of the year in basketball in the 16th region after his senior year of high school. He was actually in the running for Mr. Basketball in the state. Last year didn't make an appearance for the Bears. This will be his second appearance of the season. Athletic lefty. I don't have stats on O'Keefe. Definitely a high upside as well. Quality young man. Does a good job in the classroom as well. So again, we have a pinch hitter here. Be number 56, Clark. It'll be his first appearance. O'Keefe's he's a hard worker in the weight room as well.
I can tell that. You can definitely see it.
Fastball missed high and outside. Ball, no strikes. They got back last Saturday at midnight, and Sunday morning in the fitness center I saw him at 10 a.m. already working out. Swung on, popped up. It's going to be out of play. It'll even the count at 1. It's going to be off the Hoops Family Athletic Facility. O'Keefe will rock and fire. Fastball swung on and missed. You can definitely see the upside from this young man.
Yes.
1-2 delivery upcoming. Gets good separation with his hands. Fastball missed low and out.
It's definitely a tough angle, too. He hides the ball extremely well on his backside.
He does. This, I mean, a lot. He's throwing knees and elbows and everything at you as well. Pitch low. They'll fill up the count of 3-2. Last year he was really working on his delivery. Didn't make an appearance. Swung on, and hey, that's the old. That's
a little
what
wake-up call in the dugout down there.
You think, hey, you think I'm behind the hitter, I'm being fine. Well, when the hitter swings really early, then it's like, yeah, they're going to get you in the dugout. Fastball missed high and outside, gets away from Hill. However, Clark will stay there. So we may have another pinch hitter coming up. We do. Nope. This will be Noah Howard who will hit. He is a junior, Lapeer, Michigan. And he'll hit for Olson. So Coach McCall doing a good job getting a lot of people smashed in this first game. So Sam will get a sign from Zach Hill. Fastball caught strike one.
That's what we like to see right there, attack early.
I see a Joe Burrow jersey in the sand.
I see that. That's it's a little tough for me to see. I'm a Titans fan, so.
Swung on, popped up down the right field line. Schwalbach will give chase. Unable to get there, the ball will drop foul.
Crazy fact about the Bengals, for those that are listening about the Bengals, T. Higgins is actually from Oak Ridge, which is our rival high school back in Clinton, so about 5 minutes from us.
I saw a social media clip on him this morning. Pretty good high school basketball player.
He was extremely good high school basketball player.
Well, it's tough for you being a Titans fan, tough for me being a Browns fan, but hey. O'Keefe will rock and fire 0-2. Come on, and missed for the third out of the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the eighth inning. With the Cougars leading this one 12-1. So, Coach, the Bears will come up with 2 runs to extend this game to a 9th inning, though, to avoid the mercy rule. And do it for the Bears will be.
I think we're going to see a little bit of fight out of these guys right here.
Oh, we have a new pitcher coming in. I don't know if this is Weber coming. Yeah, this is Weber coming back in. I'm not sure to do it for the Bears here, but yeah, this situation here, it's not the situation you want to be in down 12-1, but again, you want to be able to keep on fighting as much as you can. So the umpire coming to report some changes. Yeah, as long as they're running before the pitch is thrown.
Yeah, I mean, he just went right when it hit.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So it'll be for the Bears. It'll be 4, 5, and 6. Revolt, Sarton, and Miller. Again, the Bears will have to score 2 to extend this to a 9th inning. It's one thing also about the game of baseball, Coach Stacy. Really not a lot of time to think about this game.
Not at all, especially in a 4-game series.
You got 20 minutes. So we're playing again. Rocks and fires. Fastball missed inside, ball 1. Weber will check Rock and fire. Fastball missed high. Still hear the plyo balls going, Coach.
I hear the plyo balls again.
Fastball outside corner. They're going to count to 2 balls and a strike. Swung on. Popped up. Over to the Hoops Family Athletic Center. The wind is consistently blowing. 2-2 delivery upcoming from Weber. Fastball high. A good velocity, Coach. I mean, just
He does. It's still fuzz right now.
yeah. Swung gone. Fouled back. Swung on, popped up. It's a tough play. Third baseman's got it for the first out of the inning.
Hoping for the wind to play with that one just a little bit more.
16, Ryan Sarton.
Bring up Sarton Sloan, the shortstop, 1 for 2 in the afternoon. Ball 1. Be ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Bears trailing this one 12-1. Fastball caught strike 1. Fastball is high, 3-1. Swung on and missed. Outfield up to 3-2. I think Sarton Sloan was trying to put it over the UPIKE baseball.
I think so. I think he was trying to get all those runs back in one swing.
Fouled that one off. We'll do 3-2 all over again.
Still fighting, though.
It definitely seems coming from a freshman. Rocks, fire, swung on and missed. Good for the second out of the inning, and the Bears are 1 out away from getting mercy in the first game, 12-1. I'll bring up Miller. 0 for 1 in the afternoon. He's walked a couple of times. Fastball high and in. That wind is whipping right now. Rocks and fires. Swung on and missed. Weber's got a little bit of a groove here, Coach.
I think so.
Having a hard time getting him out of that groove.
I think he made some adjustments that last inning.
He's painting that outside corner.
He's feeling it up too, right where today's umpire is loving that pitch.
Ball and 2 strikes. Swung on and missed. Nope. Yep, he did. So that one will end game 1. The Bears drop it 12-1 and a mercy rule. I'm not sure how much time we'll have between games. We're going to stop the stream and start back up. Okay. So what happens is, folks, we're going to you'll see the graphic up. We'll be broadcasting game 2. But Coach Stacy, welcome back to campus.
I appreciate it. This is awesome today.
We appreciate you being a part of the broadcast today, and I appreciate bringing all the good weather as well, too.
100%, guys. Thank you for having me.
So you're watching Bears Baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome to game number 2 here. Joel Thornberry. Can you hear anything at all?
Nope, can't hear anything at all.
You have to listen to me as close as you can here.
Oh, okay.
So it's ball 1 here. Jeremy Polito on the mound for the Bears. Fastball high and outside. So game number 2. Game of baseball, Joel. Even though the Bears dropped game 1 12-1. Not a lot of time really to be thinking about it. Wash it off. He played 20 minutes later.
Oh, so basically there's 20 minutes between the game. Hate that I missed the first game. But if you're not here, you are missing out because the weather could not be any better down here in the valley in Pikeville. Luckily, we got a nice little spring sport here, Gary. Wait a minute, let me take that back. Isn't this a summer sport?
Well, spring sport, yes. Summer sport, yes, but we're playing in the wintertime. 3 balls and a strike. Jeremy Polito on the mound for the Bears. We'll set the defense here shortly. Fastball, called strike 2. So this is Derek Savala hitting for Cleary. Yeah, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
It looks like you got Cleary down from Michigan.
From Michigan, correct. That ball will get away from Zach Hill. So defensively, you got Miller in left, Freeze in center. I'm not sure who's in the right. I have to check my. Schwalbach played it in the first game. I think that might be Miller, but I'll check it just shortly. Got Kirkman at third, Sarton Sloan is short. Revolt at second. Tyler Maynard moved from DH spot to first base in the second game. Zach Hill do the catching once again, and Jeremy Polito on the mound for the Bears. Savala had him picked. Had him leaning, though. Not in time. Playing right field for the Bears will be A.J. Miller, who come in and pitched a couple innings in that first game.
Gary, I will
for
have
the
to tell
Bears.
you that I am extremely impressed with the field, considering I drive by it almost on a daily basis, knowing it is the middle of February.
Ball 1, definitely, great. I wish you could have seen there in game 1. The wind was blowing so hard, it blew the windscreen down, and between innings, it was like a NASCAR pick change. The players went there and put the zip ties up.
Really? Yeah, well, the wind is definitely coming out of right field.
Well, of course, big difference tomorrow. These two teams will play a doubleheader again tomorrow at noon. But the temperature is supposed to be much colder tomorrow. So it's blowing in something.
That's why I'm getting my game in today, Gary.
Polito's 1-0 delivery is called strike 1. 1 ball and a strike.
I will tell you that if you are listening to us out in the radio or TV land, you are missing out because it is great weather for a early February baseball game here in Pikeville.
Polito's 1-1 delivery. Breaking ball down low and outside. Why don't you go a little bit closer to your mouth or Joe with your microphone?
Okay.
That'd be perfect. You're going to say some great things. I'll make sure everybody at home hears you, Joel.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, my color commentary for
2
baseball.
2 balls and a strike. Polito's delivery singled up the middle. Savala will wait at second base. And they'll bring up the first baseman, Jameson.
Coming up to bat, number 37, Spencer Jameson.
Polito on the mound for the Bears.
Gary, I know the Bears have just started playing again here in the spring. Now this is what, their second or third week?
Yeah, so this is their 3rd weekend series. Pitch miss low and inside. So the first weekend they traveled down to Georgia and played Reinhardt University. Last weekend they played in South Carolina against Voorhees University. They played Tennessee Wesleyan on Tuesday, and now they're playing Cleary University today and tomorrow. So once you get started, you play a lot. Rocks and fires. Pitch miss high and outside. Polito, a senior from California. 2 balls, no strikes. So this situation, Joel, runner at first and second base, you want to look to minimize damage here.
Yes.
Where you want to try to limit to a run versus multiple runs. We have multiple runners get on base. Fastball, caught strike 1. 2 balls and a strike.
Part of the reason that you got your third baseman playing in, Gary, a little bit?
Well, when you have the left-handed hitter, you bring him in a little bit also, potential for a steal, but with the left-handed hitter, usually you have that third baseman pulling a little bit closer. Swung on, fouled off. Also going back to third baseman too, Joe. It really depends on the field too. You got to find out where the best hop is. Sometimes you got the edge, may not be cut, may cut differently or may bounce a different way. You got to find where you get that best hop. Sometimes it's on the grass, maybe it's a couple of steps back. So I'm sure Coach Jared Kirkman's found his sweet spot where he feels comfortable fielding the baseball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Toledo 2-2 delivery upcoming. A little high. They'll fill it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Savala walked. Lockley singled. Rocks and fires. Fastball swung on. Ball's hit deep to left field. Miller goes back, off the wall. Miller will corral it in to Sarton. That's short. However, the fly ball to left, that's be a long single. We score a run though. So Joe Cleary's off to another hot start. A walk and back-to-back singles, quickly up 1-0.
Yeah, that was Gary. I think if the wind had been going in any other direction, that might have reached the fence. But thankfully, the wind is blowing in from the right today.
So
we've got to sort of break the habit here and let's get us one out.
This is the DH Van Alster up in the plate for the Cougars. Break the ball, swung on and missed. So this is a 7-inning game. The first game was a 9-inning game.
Okay.
It'll be a 7, the same format for tomorrow. Saturday's doubleheader will be a 9-inning game followed by a 7-inning game. And I'll tell you the reason why they play those different inning games. Toledo will check the runner, rocks and fire, swung on. Typically in your conference series, you'll play 2 7s and a 9 or 2 9s and a 7. So they try to keep those, try to find your 7-inning guys, try to find your 9-inning guys. So when you play out of conference teams, you try to mix it up so you can try to find out who, we're playing a 7-inning game, who we're going to pitch.
Right.
We'll play a 9-inning game, we'll find out who I can pitch as well. Toledo's
they do that for arm development, Gary, or
really it's because that's be a strikeout be the first out of the inning as he gets him out swinging. This will be against the left fielder Dyke, hit from the left side. It's really because of depth of pitching, because you'll play as many innings. Even though it's 2 less innings, it could be, 40 less pitches on somebody as well. So at this level, NCAA Division I level, they play all 9s. Toledo rocks and fires. Fastball called strike 1. So like on Tuesday when we went down to Tennessee Wesleyan, who was a 5th-ranked team in the country, they played a 9-inning ball game in just one game. And the Bears just dropped that one 5-2. Not really big about moral victories, but it was a good showing for the Bears.
Again, I go back to the point.
Pass. Tyler made it to first base. That'll be an E3 on Maynard. Miller come up with it in right field. The throw will come into second. Sarton will come up with it, put the tag on. Not in time, though. A run will score to make it 2-0. A hot shot to Maynard at first base. Just got underneath his glove, though. So we have runners at second and third with 1 out. They'll bring up Cone, third baseman. So the beauty about being in the broadcast booth, Joel, you can see the SIDs working and how they got to stat the games.
Right.
They put in a lot of hard work during the ball game. First pitch called strike 1.
It's the unsung heroes.
Unsung heroes. People don't see this side of it. They see the results. They don't see. Got cameras set up, Joel, and I want to show you between innings. I'll show you where the cameras are set up. They're doing a great job here. These guys are doing multiple camera setups now and switching. Toledo's 0-1
really
delivery.
grasp the fact that your SIDs are doing all the sports for the university.
Wild pitch from Toledo will allow another run to score. Gets by Zach Hill. And not quite the start the Bears were looking for as they go down 3-0.
Still just 1 out in the inning.
Still 1 out in the inning. That's on a strikeout. That error comes up big. It could be a second out of the inning. Swung on, fouled back. It's 3-0 now. They sort of run on the pass ball. I'm not sure what the count is, though. Yep, that's it. That runner's at, just on third right now, just a runner. Gonna call a balk on the pitcher. I'm not sure what he did. Let's see if they'll get an explanation. Coach Henderchuk's wanted them to explain it. Said he stopped twice. So if he come up, he come set. He get going, he come set again. That's deceiving the runner. That's called a balk, so allows a 4th run in the inning to score. I fouled that one off. But you see over the first base, right behind the dugout, Joe, you see a little stand.
Right.
That's a little camera. So we've got multiple cameras set up for a baseball. Got a camera up here in the booth with us. Got a camera, and actually, Polito's delivery comes on. That'll be the 2nd strikeout of the inning for Jeremy Polito. And that will bring up the catcher, Floor. We're actually looking to add 3 or 4 more cameras, different angles around the field, so the switcher happens right here.
What's that? That 4 cameras on the field?
Well, right now we only have 2.
Okay.
First pitch fouled off for strike 1. So we have a capability of 4, so he can switch to every camera angle what's going on. So what happens here, sometimes he'll switch over to that camera angle and give folks at home a different angle. Polito's 0-1 delivery misses low and outside. A ball and a strike. Some big things happen at the University of Pikeville,
I was
Joe.
going to say, Gary, I'm just utterly impressed.
Pitch
Sure,
missed
this
low
is
and outside.
That's not some of the developments they were expecting down at the Johnny LeMaster Field here in Pikeville.
So the junior catcher from Northville, Michigan, Billy Floor. Off-speed pitch is called strike 2. He'll even count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got 2 outs. So we call it Joel Deuces Wild here in the first inning.
Deuces Wild. Oh, I guess so.
Rocks and fire. Swung on, fouled off. So Polito's had a little bit of a rough inning so far, but however, the 2 outs have been on strikeouts. Had a walk.
Again, the E3 didn't help us.
Yeah, it didn't help. Rocks and fire, though. Swung on. Baseball hit hard towards left field. Freeze gives chase. Miller calls it off, and he said, hey, I'll take that baseball. So that'll retire the Cougars in the top of the first inning. However, they put 4 runs on the board with only 2 hits, and the Bears committed an error. Do it for the Bears will be Freeze, Kirkman, and Maynard. Real quick for the Bears lineup, it'll be Freeze in center, Kirkman at third, Maynard at first. Bayo will be doing the DH spot today for the Bears. Revolt will be playing second, Sarton playing short, Miller playing left. A.J. Miller will be playing right, and Zach Hill will be doing the catch. And, of course, Jerry Polito will be on the mound for the Bears. So on the mound today for the Cougars, it'll be number 34. Let's get some information about the young man. Travis Clock, a 6'3 junior from Linden, Michigan. Usually when you have a tall, lanky guy as a pitcher is usually the most effective because you have less stress on your arms.
Oh, because of the velocity and the less torque?
Yeah, less torque. I guess the everything is spread out a little bit more, right?
Right.
So you get somebody 6'3", then also from the left side is a little different too. So it's definitely give the Bears a different look this afternoon. However,
first game was they have a right-handed pitcher in the first game?
Had 2 right-handed pitchers. So that's, I guess, the mindset of baseball coaches, too, is like, how can I keep the other team off balance?
Right.
Give them different looks, But Cleary, after the win in the first game, they go move to 3-2 on the season. The Bears will drop to 2-5. The error in the first inning, though, Joe, this is the 8th game for the Bears. It's only their 2nd error of the season.
Oh, wow, Gary, that's impressive. Considering they really didn't have a whole lot of practice area or practice time during the winter, because the weather was so interesting down here I think you remember you telling me a couple weeks ago that their trip south 3 weeks ago was really the first time they'd had a chance to practice of somewhat.
The first time on the field. Bring up the center fielder, Tyler Freeze. Fastball, got on his hands a little bit before he can swing. Get strike 1. And Joel, the first base coach for the Bears, is one Kevin Justice.
Well, he does look familiar out there. Look at that.
Strike two, no balls and 2 strikes.
The son of a Hall of Famer here at UPIKE.
Well, he's a ball outside and low. Definitely my son.
Yeah.
They definitely love.
Why, is that the way you stand over on first base too?
That's when I coach. That's the way I stood right there.
Yeah,
Fastball swung on and missed.
As a Hall of Fame pitcher here for Pike, Gary, I didn't really think you were a big
Well,
hitter.
well, you know something there, Joel. As Freeze strikes out looking to bring up third baseman Jared Kirkman. I'll tell you a quick story between innings. The Kirkman, the third baseman, will step in for the box for the Bears. Swung on, hit towards second base. Olsen will field it. Steps across, throws it on for the second out of the inning. So quickly, Bears are 2 up, 2 down. So again, this game's a little bit shorter because it's a 7-inning ball game. So every inning matters. Tyler Maynard will step in for the plate for the Bears. The sophomore first baseman from Lawrence County, Kentucky. Rocks and fiery clocks. First pitch is a ball. Fastball inside. Two balls and no strikes. Fastball swung on and missed. Big hack from Tyler Maynard.
So is your previous ability or your present ability as a pitcher, Gary, that could tell you how the pitch is coming out?
Yeah, it's swung on, fouled off. A lot of times you can see, I look for the hand. If you see the palm of the hand going to the plate, it's going to be either a fastball or changeup. You see the side of the hand, it's a breaking ball.
Okay.
Rocked and fire, swung on, hit towards the shortstop. He'll throw across the diamond for the third out of the inning. So clock goes 3 up, 3 down. And we're going to go to the second inning with the Bears trailing this one 4-0. And Joel, I was telling this during the first game, but since you didn't get to hear the first game, I can tell you that I tried to. You talk about just being a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
I said there's only a couple of things that kept me from being what's called a two-way player when you play the field and pitch. That's called a two-way player. The only couple things that kept me away from being a two-way.
Your lightning speed?
Well, it was.
It can't be your reflexes.
Hey, I'll tell the jokes right here, Joel.
Okay, sorry, sorry, Gary.
Well, it's just my ability to hit, my ability to run, and my ability to catch. It's the only thing that kept me from being a two-way player.
But you did pitch. They didn't roll the ball out there to you, so I gave you the catching.
Well, during the first game, Ty Crawl, who's nicknamed affectionately, you met him in the fitness center that day, Papal. He pitched the first game. It was on Sunday morning, and caught one of the pop flies back here and from the pitching position, and nobody else in the booth appreciated that. Let's talk. Hey, pitchers are athletes.
See, there you go. Do we have to catch the ball, throw the ball, and defend the plate?
So this is 8-9-1 due up for the Cougars here in the second. It'll be Olsen, Soto, and Zavala. Polito will begin his second inning work on for the bump for the Bears.
But Gary, I'm one of those guys that never really played because they used to throw me way out there in the outfield.
Fastball miss inside, ball
hitting
one.
was not my forte either.
Well, it's definitely a fun sport, especially to watch it in person. Baseball is a great sport to watch in person. Fastball, outside corner, strike
That's
one.
what I'm telling you, especially today. I mean, the sun is out, much warmer. Get some vitamin D production.
Polito's 1-1 delivery upcoming. Swung on, hit towards left field. Miller's got good speed. He'll give chase. They call wall. So that's a communication there, Joel, even with the dugout. It's one of the responsibilities because the outfielder's running. It's hard to look at the wall and look at the baseball at the same time. You're counting on your teammates to be yelling wall, and usually you want to give your teammate 3 steps to kind of idle down before you go there. That's the reason you have the warning track on the outfield, the wall, because it gives you an idea on the steps.
Right.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Polito's 1-2 delivery. Fastball swung on and missed for the first out of the inning here. Polito looked good against Olson. And that bat there, Joel, he struck out 3 guys so far. I know he's kind of a rougher first inning, but again, he's shown a lot of potential here. He threw the baseball well last year for the Bears.
So Gary, as a novice, willing to always learn and provide education to those people in society out there that might be watching. So after you have a strikeout like that with nobody on base, catcher automatically throws the ball to third base, and then they throw it almost around the horn, but they don't fully go around the horn. Why is that?
Well, it's after the foul ball, no balls and 2 strikes. After Polito strikes out this young man, I'll tell you the reason why.
Okay.
No balls and 2 strikes. Fastball high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. What happens is you keep your defense involved. That's the reason the third baseman, shortstop, and the second baseman touch it. Polito rocks and fires. Fastball outside. However, the reason why the first baseman does touch it, because that's the person on the infield who's going to touch the baseball the most. The third baseman, the shortstop, and the second baseman will throw the baseball over quite often. On the strikeout, they don't really touch it, so you want to make sure to keep the ball in their hands. 2 balls and 2 strikes. One gone, hit towards center field. Freeze gives chase. The ball's down. Freeze tried to cut it off. Soto's got good speed. He'll get coast into second base with a double. That's a 1-out double for the shortstop. That'll bring up the center fielder, the leadoff hitter, Derek Savala. So you try to just keep your on the strikeouts. It's really easy for the defense to get on their toes or on the heels, as long as they get to keep touching the baseball.
Okay, so now that I'm into asking questions.
Savala walked his last time up. Polito will check his runner, rocks, fires, breaking ball, missed high, ball 1.
So in this division of
NAIA,
2 umpires.
For midweek games or non-conference games, correct.
Okay.
Conference games, you'll have 3 umpires. Rocks, fires, 1 gone, popped up. Polito needs a backup third base, so he's standing on the mound. Now he realizes it. Miller coming to catch the right fielder. That'll be the second out of the inning. And I'll bring up the right fielder, Lackley. He had 3 hits in that first game, and he had 1 in this second game as well, too.
So we would add a umpire, the middle field umpire that's playing really in the middle of the diamond now would move to third. We'd add a first baseman?
Yeah, so it would be a rotation. So if nobody's on base, he'll be behind home plate, first and third. But then runners on base, and they'll rotate where who goes where. Polito will come set. Checks the runner. Breaking ball in the dirt. Nice job of Zach Hill to keep it in front of him. This young man batting is from Aruba. Aruba, playing for a team in Michigan as far as baseball. A little different between Aruba and Michigan.
That was one well of a recruiting trip.
That's true.
Taking one for the team, Coach.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs here in the second. Bears trailing 4-0. Swung on, popped up. Maynard will give chase down the right field line, and it's going to be off the UPIKE Gymnasium for strike 1.
Gary, I'm going to go back to this again. I know I keep going to this well, but if you are out and listening to us and you are not here, you are missing out on some great free entertainment and a nice, warm, beautiful day.
A ball and a strike and 2 outs. Rocked, fires, 1 gone, hit back to Polito. Make an athletic play there, young man. Yes, sir, for a 1-3 put out. So we'll go Bob in the second inning. Bears trailing this one 4-0. Polito looked a little bit better that second inning.
Oh, much more relaxed, I guess is the best way.
Kind of tuned in a little bit there. But again, what happens, though, in the 7-inning ball game, so this is where you get 7 at-bats. This is where your second one coming up. You're trailing 4-0. It's one of those things you got to start putting some runs together early to take the pressure off of you instead of trying to score 4 or 5 runs in 1 inning later in the game.
Well, again, all you got to do is nibble a little bit, Gary.
Yeah.
Just give me a run here, run there. Starts with getting a man on base.
Eduardo Bayo will lead off for the Bears. He'll be followed by Cam Revolt and Ryan Sarton as well. Well, appreciate you guys tuning in to the UPIKE Sports Network for the ball games. And also very appreciative of my good buddy Joel Thornberry hopping in the booth with me. He's done some volleyball with me in the past, and It's first baseball game,
well,
right?
It's my first baseball game, Gary. It's actually my first UPIKE game. I have to admit to that. And I hate that it's taking me this long to get down here. Again, I drive by this field, 3 or 4 times a day, and it's a beautiful field located right here in the heart of Pikeville, which is a great location to be and live and to come down and enjoy the university.
Hey, why not be the first one you come to? You just broadcast it too, Joe.
Exactly. Well, I wasn't expecting that.
Eduardo Bello will step in for the Bears. First pitch missed low and outside.
Hopefully bring in, a little rabbit's foot. They'll change the luck after the first game, you tell me?
So Bello is normally a switch hitter, but he's hitting from the left side. Fastball, caught strike one ball and a strike.
So being a left-handed pitcher,
you'd usually hit from the right-handed hits box if you're a switch hitter, and I'll tell you the reason why after this pitch. Rocks and fire, breaking ball, caught strike 2, a ball, 2 strikes. And the reason why you'll be hitting opposite of the pitcher's hand is the ball is coming to you versus like a breaking ball is coming to you versus going away from you.
Okay.
Rocks, fires, breaking ball comes on. So like you say, lefty on lefty, when throws a breaking ball, if it's a left-handed hitter, you're left-handed pitcher, balls will go away from you. Well, if your right-handed hitter is coming to you, it's easier to hit. That's the reason they taught the matchups in baseball. Ball and 2 strikes. Rocks, fires, breaking ball, caught strike 3. Good pitch from Clock. I tell you what, he's come in and he's been impressive. The first 4 hitters he's faced. That'll bring up the second baseman, Cam and Revolt. This Cleary team is their pitching was good in that first game. They ran the bases very well and they hit the baseball. Swung on, hit to the shortstop, Soto. Hey!
Oh.
A bad hop. That's one of those situations, Joel, you see the hop. You don't matter how smooth the field is. The Johnny LeMaster field is in great shape. Just that ball has that top spin, it hits top field, it may just jump over your head.
It's clay in the
correct
area. Is that what that is?
Clay with a little brick dust on top of it to kind of absorb some of the water coming through. Be a freshman from Johnson Central High School will step in the box here, Ryan Sarton. Ball inside. We know, Joel, like I said, when you have a situation, there's going to be a balk call. It'll be a second balk of the game. And the purpose of the balk is going to be a deception to the runners, like starting and stopping.
Do you tend to see that more at this level of play, Gary?
You'll see balks all levels. It really depends. It's umpire judgment. If it's some umpires are a little bit more lax. It's almost like a whistle in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
The referee sometimes will let a little bit more contact go. It really depends on what the umpire is looking for. Pitch down low, but my point was going to be there maybe on that single by Revolt there. Now Clock has got, first 2 pitches have missed out of the zone, missed kind of wide and low. Maybe now the Bears can capitalize on something here, get a couple runs.
Put the man in a different situation, and so now he's got to deal with the runner on base, and not only a runner on base now, a runner in scoring position.
Sarton will swing and miss with that one, run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Clock will check the runner. Fastball missed high and inside. Run count to 3 balls and a strike. DeMarco Miller, the left fielder, is waiting on deck. So the Bears are back in action tomorrow. Then they'll play a midweek game next week against Johnson University, and they have the University of St. Francis back here at the Johnny LeMaster Field next weekend.
What time does their game start tomorrow, Gary?
Noon. Sarton Sloan will foul that one off in the box. Same setup would be a 9-inning game in the first game and a 7-inning game in the second one. So it should be, I think, 2 strikes on Sarton.
The good thing is it might be a little chillier, but at least it's supposed to be dry.
It's supposed to be dry, exactly. Hey, this time of year, if you don't have snow, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Got a runner at second with 1 out. Clock will come set. Rocks and fires. Fastball missed high and out. I think I'll run the count to full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sarton Sloan, a local product from Johnson Central High School, had a great high school career and stepping in playing shortstop as a freshman in a Mid-South team. Impressive future coming up for him. Rocks and fires. Fastball swung on, popped out. It's going to be off. I didn't quite make it to the Hoops Athletic Facility.
Good thing that man's on a scholarship, getting an education locally, and I'm sure his mom and dad or family are in the stands.
Hey, you're exactly right. Or watching at home on the UPIKE Sports Network.
That's exactly right.
We'll appreciate you guys tuning in and listening to us talk about these student athletes. 3-2 delivery upcoming from Clock. Rocks, fires, fastball swung on, bounced to the third baseman Cone. Sarton got good wheels.
Oh.
He's going to call him out at first base. Bang, bang play at first base. Sarton Sloan did a nice job of getting down the line. So that'll be a 5-3 put out. Typically in that situation, Joe, that's where you want the third baseman to charge that baseball because the farther back you go, the longer the throw's got to be. So I'll bring up DeMarco Miller.
To be impartial, but I need to see the replay on that.
It was bang, bang. Bottom of the second. Rocks, fires, fastball, outside corner, 3-1. A.J. Miller waits on deck for the Bears.
So at this point, Gary, a 3-1, are you opening him up or are you still?
Well, you definitely, you look for the pitch in one spot. If it's not there, you let it go because you're up in the count. Swung on, hit the third baseman. Long throw, unable to handle the first base. That allowed Revolt to score. Miller will stay at third base.
There you go.
So the Bears break the snide here.
You want to know what created that, Gary?
A base runner.
That's exactly
Yes,
right.
sir.
Base runner identified a third baseman, looked him in the eye, and as the third baseman checked him off to hold him on the base.
Which it makes, I don't know why he looked at him because there are two outs.
Right.
Go across the diamond. But again, it just gives you something visually to see.
Take your eye off the ball just 1 second, or take your eye off the guy just 1 second.
Miller, again, a sophomore from Jasper, Alabama. Rocks and fires, breaking ball, caught strike one. Zach Hill waits on deck for the Bears.
Have to stay in the moment. You know the third baseman's going. Should have never looked at him.
I'm kind of surprised the third baseman playing that far back, though, with the left-handed hitter. Snap throw, gets away to the first baseman. Miller's got good speed. Andrewchuk's going to bring him.
Oh.
Come on, DeMarco. Come on, DeMarco. Pick him up, put him down. Got to slide. Yes, sir.
Go.
Now, so what happens, Joel, that is what Coach Andrewchuk's, his philosophy is, he had to get successful. Lindsey Wilson, is he'll put pressure on the defense by running the bags. We're not going to hit a lot of home runs as a team this year. But however, if you run the bases as hard as you do, you can put pressure on the other team. So it'll be, I know it's the second error of the inning for them because that's considered an error. So we got a little bit more energy coming out of the Bears dugout now. Ball missed outside the ball and a strike.
Again, first part of the inning already showed you that the pitcher's a little bit unsettled when he's got somebody on base.
It's
versus just being carefree.
It's right. When it's going smooth, it's easy to pitch. Well, I don't want to say easy to pitch, but it's easier to pitch. Pitch missed out low and outside.
Exactly how easy is it to pitch
Well,
when it's going smooth, Mr. Hall of
I
Famer?
also want to say this. Ever since Kelly Wells got in the broadcast booth, a lot of good things have been happening for the Bears. May have to hold on to him and not let him go anywhere. He's a busy man. A lot of things going on today in athletics, but could keep him locked in for a little bit in baseball. Pitch missed outside, 3 balls and a strike. Please don't get me wrong at home, folks. Coach Wells is always locked in on baseball. Just tease him a little bit. Because we've got softball on the road today. We've got baseball playing here. Got basketball tomorrow. Bowling, dance, cheer is Mid-South Conference tournament action. Tennis is at Point. And runners are Mid-South? Marietta, Ohio. So
And then we just want to remind everybody, Gary, that we have a new wrestling program.
Wrestling program, yes, sir.
In the fall here locally, because I know wrestling is a big growing sport in the Kentucky side.
Huge.
But in the Virginia side, within our area,
Hey,
that's exactly right.
Coach Wells, hopefully Coach Wells and I will be going to Grundy here soon to talk to some wrestlers. Clock's 3-1 delivery, caught the outside corner.
Not that they didn't just win the region again last night and head to state next weekend for their 23rd
6th or 27th or whatever. I know.
28th.
Yeah, whatever, yeah. So 3-2 delivery upcoming. Clock will rock and fire. Swung on. That baseball down the left field line. It's going to be foul. So, Joel, this is something new for baseball. You'll see, like DeMarco on his left-handed base runner for us, you have protective gloves now.
Okay.
When they run. So what happens is we used to when base runners run, they would slide into the bags, they would jam their fingers. Now that kind of gives you that brace.
Oh, really?
To prevent you from jamming your fingers. 3-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball missed up high, ball 4. And now bring up Zach Hill, the catcher. He had 2 hits in that first game today. And Joe, Zach Hill is a young man. When he comes here, he's really developed as a player. He's one of those guys, you look at him, he's not an intimidating player. He plays as hard as anybody out on the field. I'm glad to see he's having a lot of success this year, too, because he's balled in.
Where, Gary?
He is from Bullitt East High School near Louisville.
Yeah.
He had a single and double in that first game. Fastball missed high. Oh, called strike 1. They called it a strike. Of course, I don't want to have a good angle from here. And you don't want me to umpire a UPIKE baseball game. I don't think I'd be quite biased. I'd be too biased on that one.
You can umpire too, Gary?
Well, rocks and fires. Fastball missed high. Ball and a strike. Top of the lineup waits on deck. That's Tyler Freeze. Ball and a strike. 2 outs. Rocks, fires. Fastball missed high. In this situation here too, Joel, we've got 2 balls and a strike coming up. I think sometimes the pitchers, we worry about the runners too much. You got 2 outs.
Right.
If you kind of focus on here, I'm not saying let that runner just go, but you're left-handed pitcher looking at runner first base. You can see how big the lead is. He's almost paying a little bit too much attention to Marco at third. Pitch low and inside, ball 3. Then also as a hitter, pitcher struggling. How aggressive do you get to plate? You swing it, that's the that's the reason they call it baseball. Think a man's game. Rocks, fire, ball 4, and immediately people running out of the dugout going to the bullpen.
Yeah, well, the problem with that, Gary, is of the 5 pitches that he threw there, only one of them was close to being called a strike, and that was the first one. The rest of them are way out.
So Schwalbach will go in to run for Zach Hill. So Coach will go out and take the mound visit. Tyler Freeze, an all Mid-South Conference selection last year for the Bears. Tell you what, a lot of noise being made in the stands right now. You can see the Bears got a little life here. See if Tyler Freeze, who led the Bears in hitting last year, see if he can come up big. 0 for 1 today. 1 second game, excuse me. First pitch called strike 1. As a hitter there, you can't react that way. It's one of those deals, hey, you call strike 1, that's fine. I don't want to swing that one anyway. He's been struggling. You're going to take the first pitch anyway.
Right.
Now get ready to get focused in, locked in. Swung on and missed. Because what happens when you react negatively to an umpire's call is like reacting in basketball to a foul call. It doesn't really help anything. But so Freeze now he's going to widen his stance here, shorten his stride, just put his hand to put the bat on the baseball. See if he can punch between the first and second baseman here.
That'd be perfect, right up the right side.
Swung on, past the third baseman and shortstop. He's going to try to score. Miller slide to the plate. He's safe. Buzz hits him. Swalback will go to third. Freeze will go to second. That's the reason you run hard the whole time.
What was that again?
That's the reason you run hard the whole time.
Yes.
Even though it's a short ball hit to left field, Miller running hard from second base. He was running like, hey, I'm going to score no matter what. Because if he runs and hesitates here, he does not score. That's a bang-bang play. So it's 4-3 now with Jared Kirkman, the senior, coming up. Rocks, fires, ball in the dirt, ball 1. So Swall back at first, Freeze at second. And now you can kind of see the momentum has swung the way of the orange and black right now, Joel. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball, called strike 1, a ball and a strike.
All it started with, Gary, was a base runner.
Let's start with the base runner. They single, they go over the shortstop's head.
Got a favorable bounce, and then all of a sudden you see you turn around, you're only 1 run behind. With 2
Fastball missed high,
2
2-1
position, and a pitcher that is trying to find himself right now after that first
Well,
inning.
clock is throwing 43 pitches, 23 strikes, and 20 balls. Rocks, and he fires. Pitch missed low. I run to count to 3-1. Tyler Maynard waits on deck for the Bears. This all started with an out. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. Soto fields through the baseball. And retire the side for the Bears. However, the Bears score 3 here in the bottom of the second to cut that lead to 4-3. And a little bit more energy coming out of the dugout this time for the Bears, Joel.
Oh, yeah, much more, because that inning in itself took almost 25 minutes versus the first one that took almost about 3 and 4 pitches.
So the Bears was scoring 3 runs on a couple of hits. Cleary he committed 2 errors in that inning. You know, that first inning clock goes at 3 up, 3 down against the Bears offense. Like you said, once he started getting a couple base runners, really affected him on the mound.
Well, it was amazing, and it goes back to a principle that you try to teach people just to do your job. Stay in the moment, do your job. Don't try to do much more, because you and I had first eyewitness account to the gentleman here at third base when he caught that 2-out liner down the line. If he had not checked the runner, which he didn't need to gone straight to first base with it, more than likely they'd have been out of the inning and saved him 2 runs.
So we go to the top of the third.
Again, Gary, I know I keep going back to this, but we're just talking about a beautiful day here in downtown Pikeville, here at Johnny LeMaster Field. Got the UPIKE Bears versus the Cleary, Michigan Cougars.
So it'll be 3-4-5 due up for the Cougars. It'll be Jamison, Van Ulster, and Dyke. He's the first baseman. He doubled off the wall last time, or actually singled off the wall. Went deep off the wall, though.
Appears like we have a decent crowd, so there must have been some students or some people locally, some guy.
Well, you know, Friday afternoon, good opportunity for students to come out on a nice, pretty day. Toledo rocks and fires 0-1, swung on. Hit to Revolt at second, fields through the baseball. Nice job. Something there, too, Joel. You notice that Cameron, he didn't stop when he fielded the baseball. He fielded through the baseball, used his momentum to throw. A lot of times, young players want to stop, catch the baseball, then try to throw. They want to stand up and throw. It takes too long. You got to be athletic enough to field through and throw on the run. And that'll bring up the DH Van Ulster, 0-for-1 in here in the second game. Toledo rocks and fires. Breaking ball missed high and inside. Even though there's not a lot of movement in baseball because of the pitches, you still got to be athletic, though. 1 ball, no strikes. Toledo, fastball outside corner, strike
Gary,
1.
Okay, I have another question. So now that we have the no outs, nobody on.
We got 1 out.
1 out. Sorry, 1 out. Nobody on base. Why has my umpire now moved to first base?
Strike 2. What happens is because the first place anything can happen is first base,
Okay.
whether it be safe route or if the ball hitting the gap, they got to touch first base first. So his responsibility to come out and make sure he touches the bag. 1-2 delivery, swung on and missed. Gets away from Zach Hill. Zach Hill comes up with it, sets his feet, throws. Tyler Maynard will squeeze it for the second out of the inning. Nice job of Zach Hill to respond. Didn't panic. Picked up the baseball. Tyler Maynard, if you notice, set himself up in foul territory to receive the baseball. So that'll bring up the left fielder, Aaron Dyke, 0-for-1.
So the runner cannot run in foul territory down the first base line.
Correct. There's a running lane that you have to run.
Right.
Oh, first pitch, fastball, outside corner, strike 1. So the job of the first baseman is either on the bag, either getting on the field of play to give him a target to throw to, or getting the foul territory to give him a field something to throw to, because you want to try to throw over top the runner. Fastball, outside corner, strike 2. And that's where the first baseman and the catcher got to say outside, inside. This is inside. This is outside. Polito rocks, fire, swung, gone, hit to Sarton at short. Fields the baseball, throws across to Tyler Maynard. Jeremy Polito with a strong third inning for the Bears. And that's where he had the momentum now. He had a good offensive inning, come out, your pitcher throws a heck of a third inning. Defense makes some good plays there, and he came right back in and swinging the sticks, Joel. Opening day for the home portion of the schedule for the Bears.
I forgot about opening day.
Just for the home portion for the Bears.
Well, Gary, I missed the inflatables and all the carnival for the parade downtown.
Well, they,
I had to do a little work today.
The weather is so uncertain, though, Joe.
Unbelievable.
We don't know for sure if we had the inflatables out today. So the Bears, it will be 3, 4, 5, Maynard, Bayo, and Revolt. Again, we're going to go to the bottom of the third here. Clock
Gary,
will go back.
What percent of our baseball team is within the 13, 14 county region
Well,
in the area?
I don't know.
Or within the state, I guess.
I don't know the exact percentage as far as that. They have a lot of guys local. They have a good diverse population. Like local guys, you got guys from other states, other countries as well too. So it's really good. A lot of good local baseball talent. A lot of good baseball talent nationally as well too. Looking for a place to play. But here's the local product, Tyler Maynard. Clock's first pitch, swung on and missed, changeup.
I think it's inning number 3, too, I believe.
Clock's delivery, swung on, base hit. Nice job by Tyler Maynard. It's a way to get us started, keep that momentum going for the Bears. This will be up.
Let's see, he's going to stay on the left-hand side, Gary.
Yeah, so this is Eduardo Bayo will come up to the plate for the Bears. He struck out looking last time. He'll stay from the left side from Panama. So you have from Lawrence County to Panama, back-to-back lineup. Eduardo swings and misses on that first pitch. He put a good swing on he swung the bat to hit it hard. That's what you want to see. Breaking ball, miss.
He swung the bat.
He called strike 2. And what happens is sometimes you'll see hitters, they'll just wave the bat.
Okay.
But Eddie he's swinging the bat to hit the baseball. No balls and 2 strikes though. So we've already seen 3 balks here. We're only in the bottom of the 3rd inning. We've already seen 3 balks here in the game number 2. Rocks, fires, breaking ball outside. Ball 1. And as far as the number of balks, sometimes you'll go 6 games without even seeing a balk. We've already seen 3. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning today.
I just thought that was something you all saw all the time, Gary.
Well, maybe an early season thing. Ball in the dirt. Nice job by Eddie to take that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sometimes umpires early in the season may call something, just try to be paying attention to this, guys. This is a non-conference game. It's really outside of
off-season impetus.
It's really, yeah. Rocks fire. Maynard will take off. Ball 3. It'll be a stolen base for Tyler Maynard, and he'll stay at second base. So Eddie was down 0-2 in the count. He's fought it back all the way to a 3-2 count. Cam Revolt waiting on deck for the Bears.
So that's the point when your center fielder has to be aware that the guy's still in base and he's got to come on up.
Well, you got to come in just to back the throw up in case the ball gets by the shortstop because there's nobody else behind them because he could score potentially. 3-2 delivery coming up from Clock. Fastball high and inside. Ball 4 for Eduardo Bayo. I'll bring up Cam Revolt. The Bears will have runners on first and second and nobody out. Now you get into the 5, 6, 7 portion of the order. Sometimes, Joel, you may want to lay a bunt down here, but however, the pitcher's struggling a little bit. You may not want to sacrifice that out. Make him throw a strike first. Also, when Cam swings the bat, I want to give him a chance to swing the bat. He got a base hit his last time. He started the rally in the second. Shows bunt down the first baseline. Nice job. Second baseman did a nice job covering the bag. Moves runners up to second and third. Now what happens is, Joe, what you want to do, that's the reason you want to put the bunt down that first base line. Sometimes people will put it down third base line, but it makes it a short throw because they're a force out here.
Right.
Put down the first base line, it makes it a longer throw, less likelihood of success of getting the guy out here. Because the point of it was to sacrifice that out. 1-4. So the point there is to move those runners up, sacrifice that out. So let's bring up another local product, Ryan Sarton, shortstop from Johnson Central High School.
Where's he from?
Johnson Central.
Johnson Central. Okay, I thought it was the gentleman from Johnson Central. So Gary and I are working at about 75% here.
Hey.
We both have mics,
And
but
one out.
one of us said have ears.
One out on the clock, rocks, and fires. Swung on. That baseball deep. He'll tag. Tyler Maynard should be able to score. And he does. Savala will come up throwing strong arm from center. Maynard would score. Bayo will stay at second. So now, new ball game. 4-4.
Exactly right.
And that's the reason why, Joel, we put down the bunt to sacrifice that in order to get that run. So what happens is when you see people bunt, and they're like, oh, man, coach didn't have faith in me. No, I had faith in you to put the ball down so we can score a run. So you sacrifice your out for the team so we can score that run. Because without the bunt, it doesn't happen.
It's all about manufacturing runs. And there are different philosophies with different coaches, because I know that there were some professional coaches that didn't really like manufacturing runs,
No.
but then there are others that do.
So Miller will step into the box to left fielder. He's 0 for 1. There was a manager back in the 70s for the Baltimore Orioles named Earl Weaver. Fastball outside, ball 1. Earl Weaver was a big believer in a 3-run home run. I don't want to give anything up because we'll try to hit a home run and score 3 runs at one time. But there are also people's philosophy, we got to have touch that play as many times as we can. The bunts, home runs, whatever it may be. Clock rocks and fires. Fastball missed high and out. Be 2 balls and no strikes. A.J. Miller waits on deck for the Bears.
This is just exposing just how baseball history I've got. But who was the manager for the Reds? That was Tony. Didn't he?
Well, no, he had Sparky Anderson back in the Big Red Machine.
But after him,
swung on and missed, 2-1.
Didn't he go out and
Lou Piniella.
Lou Piniella, that's it. Lou Piniella.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Tony. See, just trying to keep Gary on his toes here.
When you say go out, I know he's probably throwing first base.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. 2-1 delivery. Watch DeMarco load up here. He gets everything going back so he can go explode forward. Fastball, caught strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That we owe the first 3 runs to this young man right here.
Yes, that's exactly right.
He not only manufactured that first run, exactly right, but he was the one that sort of just semi-distracted.
Now, if you watch the difference with 2 strikes, he won't load up as much now. He'll only go about halfway. Swung on a miss, though. Clock will get the 3rd out of the inning. However, Bears will push one across to even up the game at 4. So after 3 innings of play, Cleary has 4 runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. The Bears have 4 runs, 3 hits, and he also committed an error. So Jeremy Polito, after a strong second, a strong 3rd inning, will go.
But you can't lose that. Momentum, Gary. I mean, you got 1 run that inning, and you've got to basically tie the game back up.
4th inning, Mike.
The pitcher's got to come back off.
Yeah,
fully excited.
So what happens is you got to ride the momentum of the last 2 innings. So you get 3 in the second, you get 1 in the 3rd. Polito's looked a lot better in the 2nd and 3rd inning as well. Young team on the field too, Joe. We got a sophomore in left, sophomore in center, sophomore in right, senior at 3rd, freshman at short, freshman at 2nd, sophomore at 1st, sophomore behind the plate, and a senior on the mound.
You got 1 senior out of 9?
And he's on the mound. Correct, that's right, yep. So we're in the 4th.
I thought you said I had a senior on 3rd.
Senior on 3rd, correct, senior on 3rd.
So I have 2 people, 2 out of 9.
So you have Cone coming up, the 3rd baseman. He's 0 for 1 during the 2nd game, 2 out of 9. And then you also, the DH is a sophomore as well. Swung on, hit down the 3rd base line.
Again, Gary, I like how they came out early and they didn't lose their composure after that first inning because it was a real rough first inning.
And really, and after this pitch, I'll tell you one other thing. Toledo will 0-1 delivery upcoming. Called strike 2, no balls and 2 strikes. We were lost that momentum in game 1 in the 5th inning, and I'll tell you the play. Toledo will rock and fire. Breaking ball missed low and outside. We had a situation with a runner on third base, less than 2 outs. Ball hit to the shortstop. The shortstop throws her base runner out at home plate. All of our energy went away after that play. Toledo rocked and fires. Fastball missed high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Also, I want you to focus in on our catcher of how such a leader that he is, how animated he is, not towards the umpire, but encouraging his pitcher. Rocks, fires, swung on, popped up. Ball get out of play. You know, again, Zach's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's a leader out here. He's communicating with the umpire. He's talking to the coaches. He's encouraging his pitchers. Everything is positive. It's nothing negative. 2-2 delivery. Breaking ball missed high. I won't say it hit him. If you'll notice there, even though it hit him, it was kind of a close call, but Zach was shaking he was shaking his head, yes, communicating with his coach, hey,
I'm fine.
He was saying, don't complain about it because it really did hit him.
Yeah.
Save your complaints till later. So I'll bring up number 17, the catcher, Floor. 0 for 1. Toledo will rock and fire. Fastball.
So is this our starting pitcher? I mean, catcher?
Yeah. Catcher? Yes. Yeah, so he caught the first. He's caught every game so far this year.
Oh, okay.
He's caught an Iron Man baseball right now. Toledo will come set. Change up, missed
one
inside.
of the other things I've got to throw in here between pitches is that it really was nice to see how academically our sports teams have done here at UPIKE.
You know, and that's just a few of them right now. I mean, we've had our football team did well, and earlier in the fall, runner goes, ball's fouled out of play, ball and 2 strikes. But yes, our dance team and cheerleading team, bowling teams, everybody was well represented at the Mid-South Conference tournament. All the students had a 3.25 or above, which is amazing. Student athletes.
That's awesome.
1-2 delivery upcoming. A ball and 2 strikes. Starting to have a few more clouds come through. Toledo with a head fake. Swung on, fouled off, so we'll do 1-2 all over again. And Toledo came to University of Pikeville as a two-way guy, as an infielder and pitcher. Kind of transitioned to pitching only.
Oh, has he?
Mm-hmm. It's hard to do both of them. Toledo rocks, fires, fastball swung on and missed. Toledo gets another punch out.
With that type of defense behind you, youthful defense, knowing that I got one senior of the 4, you know.
Toledo's 5th K of this game, and then now it'll be
2 freshmen and a sophomore behind you, right
Olsen,
there with you.
Olsen, the second baseman, will dig in. Got 1 out runner on 3rd. Got 1 more appointed by being a two-way person. Rocks, fires, changeup, swung on. 6. No, he's just going to take his step. 6-3, double play! It's called a pitcher's best friend. We get 2 outs on 1 pitch.
That's exactly right.
So going back to my point about, and Toledo, the last 3 innings, Joel, 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th inning, has been amazing on the mound. You know, that first inning has been very easy.
Correct.
Now, we go back to a point as well. 5th inning of that first game today, we had a play there where a base runner from 3rd didn't run hard from 3rd to home. The shortstop recognized it, threw it home, and got him out of the plate. It was down 5-0, had an opportunity to score a run to got a little bit of momentum back to our side.
Right.
But then the energy left, okay? Now, then we go on, we're down 5-0 that time. We want to get 12-1 because we had 0 energy.
Right.
Now, we want to compliment our coaching staff. And then the game 2, have no energy, we're down 4-0. How good does this coaching staff do? Now we're in the bottom of the 4th, and we're tied at 4 after all the energy gone.
And you have a tremendous amount of momentum going into this too, because the past 3 innings after your rocky start, and I'm not sure what he said during the in between the 2, the top and the bottom of the first, but you've now turned it completely around, and now you've got a team on the opposite side of Cleary which is sort of playing from behind because, again, for the third inning in a row, my pitcher's come out and he's thrown less than 20 pitches
Yes.
To clear the rack. And nobody's seen further than second base.
So it'll be 8-9-1. It'll be Miller, Hill, and Freeze. Miller walked last time. So the Bears scored 3 in the second, 1 in the third. The tie of 4. Miller swings on. Ball gets by the first baseman. Another leadoff hit for the Bears. Miller makes a turn at first base. A.J. Miller, the sophomore out of Jasper, Alabama. I'll bring up the catcher, Zach Hill, who walked last time. We will be surprised if you don't see a bunt here, Joel.
Okay.
I'll make a prediction. I'm going to say it's going to be down the first base line potentially.
So that is
down the first base line. Zach Hill running hard at the bag.
He does that, Gary, so to pull the first baseman off the bag.
Well, what happens is if you bunt it down to the third base line, then the third baseman come in. It potentially gets an out at second base. The whole point where you put the bunt down is to ensure that runner gets to the scoring position, which is second base. It was a 1-4. No, I'm sorry. It was. Did the first baseman? It'd be 3-4. First baseman filled it out, right? Yeah, 3-4. Fastball called strike 1. The Freeze. So now you got a runner in scoring position. Continue that pressure that you talked about in the second inning.
Because again, now you're preoccupied. Now you got to go full 180 degrees with a pitch as you lose your vision.
Freeze is at 1 for 2 in here, game 2. Swung on, baseball hit hard.
Oh, gosh.
That baseball maybe get over the center fielder's head. It does. One hops the wall. Miller will score. Freeze got good speed. Coach Anderson, come join me at third base. Yes, sir. That's the way to run the bags right there. Stay on the bag. He's got the baseball. Call time. Yes, a triple for Tyler Freeze. So that will score Miller. The Bears have their first lead of the day, 5-4. Freeze 2 for 3 here in this game number 2. Drives in a run. That's the way you play baseball right there.
Gary,
Now,
the crazy thing, Gary, if that's at any other area in the park,
it's gone.
it's over the fence.
I mean, that is this is a pitcher's dream having all this space here. So coach will come out and talk to his pitcher. I think we'll be making a change.
Yeah, I think you could be correct. Here you go. Comes another right-hander in.
We'll get a number here for you folks as soon as we can.
Well, Gary, this goes back to what you were saying. I mean, you have a couple of just minor plays that really are not hits, but it's just the plays of the game, and all of a sudden momentum changes and baseball turns around 180 degrees.
Real quick, the relief pitcher is going to be Brett Walcott. We'll be stepping on the mound here for the Cougars. And to your point there, Joel, in the game of baseball, the more pressure that you put on the defense to make a play, that sun's a good thing, though, Joel.
I'm not complaining. All I'm doing is most of y'all can't see that the sun has come from behind the clouds, and so Gary and I are now fully immersed back in the sun. And I turned around, and Gary's like 4 feet behind me, standing back here, and I wondered why.
Why?
And I looked up, and I realized that he's in the shade because he understands where to stand.
It is your first broadcast,
It
Joel.
is my first broadcast. It's opening day. I mean,
But you're talking putting the ball in play. What happens is you're forcing the defense to make a play. What happens is if you strike out a lot, the only people that's got to touch the baseball is the pitcher's got to throw it to the catcher. If you start putting the ball in play, you got to make them start making plays. It could be a situation where they throw the baseball away, get a runner on, may throw it away on a pickoff play. A lot of things can happen there. But you're putting pressure on that defense to make a play. Now, the Bears have scored 3 in the second, 1 in the third, now 1 in the fourth, riding that momentum. Now, I'll tell you something about Tyler Freeze. Of what our coaching staff is doing for these young men. Well, we didn't play the best first game today. And Coach Anderchuk was still coaching our team. It wasn't a fact of like, hey, we're just going to give up. Now, Tyler was doing something he shouldn't be doing between games, like getting on his phone And Coach Andrewchuk said, what are you doing on your phone? That's not helping the team. Now Tyler Freeze got locked in. Now he's 2 for 3, just tripled off the wall, drove in a run. That's the kind of coaching staff we have here. Hey, we're going to want the best out of you. Stay focused. Stay locked in.
Exactly right.
So Kirkman will step into the plate. He's 0 for 2 here in game number 2. So we get any ball to the second baseman and shortstop. Freeze should be able to score because they're playing back. Ball in the dirt, ball 1. So in a situation as a base runner, you got to see where about the defense is playing at. The ball's to the third baseman, you're not going to try to score because he's playing in. But now the shortstop and second baseman is playing back. You should be able to beat it if you run hard. By the time they catch it, you should be able to score. So as a base runner, you got to see where they're playing at. Called strike
Again,
one, the ball in the strike.
As a right-handed pitcher, the third baseman also now is in the corner of your eye.
That's true.
You know.
But as a base runner, again, you got to pay. Also got to pay attention. Is the defense going to be? Are they creeping in? Are they staying back? So you know when the ball is hit, you know how to react. Ball in the dirt gets by the catcher. Tyler Freeze should be able to score running hard, and he does score. The Bears up 6-4. You know, I'm impressed by the SIDs. Every single day I'm impressed. But no one are they statting, keeping the scoreboard, streaming. He's also tweeting during the game, too. And also, Alec Morgan went and got us lunch between games also. I mean, just talking about.
I haven't seen that. I sent the text over if there were hot dogs and you know, sodas over here, and Gary tells me that they're working on it.
3-1.
I guess that means that.
I'm talking
Gary,
about.
At no point did Gary say no. He just said they're working on it.
3-1.
Fastball
outside corner.
You got to Wendy's and back through that line is impressive.
Well, you don't know Alec Morgan. 3-2. That's just a normal day in the office for him. It's impressive to everybody else. 3 balls and 2 strikes, upcoming. Walcutt's delivery's fouled off. We'll do 3-2 all over again. Maynard waits on
I have
deck.
a question that just comes up because, you know, I mean, as a novice, I'm trying to work into these things, and it might be my only time on the radio all season, so I got to try to throw them all in at once. So in a normal 9-inning game, I understand how that rolls.
3-2 upcoming. Walcott rocks, fires, swung on, chopped down the third baseline.
So, and I'm sure we don't wait for that in this game, but, you know, when is the 7th inning stretch in a 7-inning game?
That would be, you know, going back 2 innings, it'd probably be the 5th inning would be where a stretch would be.
So I'm sensing from that statement and the tone on that statement, that's not something.
Swung on, baseball hit towards left center field, and it's a nice play, but Dyke out in left field for the second out of the inning.
Coming up to bat, number 7, Tyler.
So I'm assuming that's not something we do here. We don't roll the music out. You don't sing to us?
Well, no. If I started singing, Alec Morgan would take my headset and lock the door on the way behind me. Tyler Maynard steps in the plate, the first base, 1 for 2
don't worry, guys.
in game number 2.
Keep throwing bait like that in the water. One of these days it'll stick. Get Gary up here singing like Harry Carey.
Walcott will rock and fire. Off-speed pitch swung on and missed.
What you now see the SID over there trying to, you know, pull up the take me out to the ball game, you know.
He's just going to have something available just in case I do start singing. Walcott rocks, fires, and breaking ball missed low and outside. Also something there,
What's it going to be, Beth from Kiss or something like that? I mean,
something to also notice on the pitcher here too, Joel, is a lot of times in pitching there's a lot of just try to control breathing. You watch them, when they come and sit, they're taking a deep breath once they rocks, fires, fastball missed out low and outside.
Gary, is it better for the breathing technique to be like they normally not holding your breath and expelling it, to try to maintain a normal breath, or do they?
So like when Walcott does it, takes a deep breath going up, and then he's going to go out. 3-1. So what happens is really it's users.
What you get
preference, yeah, whatever what user kind of like.
So, is there a time in your development in high school and grade school where as a pitcher?
Yeah, everybody doesn't teach that though. What happens? They're actually mental coaches now who try to teach you about controlled breathing. Swung on, fouled off.
Well, and I can understand that count because, 3-2. You know, it's almost like golf or any other type of game. You know, people look at you and they try to get you off your game. And exactly when do you take that breath?
Yes.
Is it when you release the ball? Is it do you breathe? Do you hold your breath? So you start focusing on that and you forget what you're doing.
Like myself, I think Walcott's the same way. Rocks fires. One gone. Baseball hit the right center field.
That's
That ball is
dropping.
going to get down.
Oh.
Made a running hard out of the box. He's going to take a wide turn at first base. He's going to try to triple the double, and he does. Tyler Maynard, sophomore, says, "Give me 2." The thing about it is, Joel, that double created out of the box. Because as soon as he hit the baseball, he started running. It wasn't like me just jogged to first base, so I know I got a single. He won a double as soon as he hit the baseball. His running never did stop. So that brings up Eduardo Bea, who walked last time. He's 0 for 1.
Well, and the good thing about that is where the ball was positioned versus where he's running from first to second. He can watch the play the whole way around.
Rocks fires. Change up. Caught strike
I'm
one.
sure
Good
Coach
pitch.
Justice at first basically told him because he could see the play. You know, if you keep
And that's
legging it out, then you got it.
To your point there, that is a first base coach's job, and I'll explain in just a second. No balls and a strike to Bayo. Walk up will come up. He doesn't even. He checks Maynard now. Rocks, fires, turns one gone. That baseball hit towards the right fielder. It's going to be dropped at the ball over his head. Bayo is going to try to cruise into second base. He does. Eduardo Bayo drives in a run. It's a hit. Yeah, it wasn't a normal play.
Gary
So-
looked like he had that, and I think the wind might have played a little trick on him as he was coming down.
Well, that's one of those situations there, Joel, where the right fielder got turned around a little bit trying to backpedal versus running to a spot. I think if he turns around, runs to a spot, and sets himself up, he makes that play. But the ball was hit so hard, I think he underestimated how hard that ball was hit. I'll bring up Cam Revolt. Bears up 7-4 with Bayo at second. Rocks. One
So
ball,
Gary,
no
going back
strikes.
to the point what you were getting ready to make point of, it is the first base coach's responsibility until you leave that bag.
Well, what happens is you're yelling at the person in the box because you're seeing where the ball is. Look two, look two, look two. So he knows to be running as hard as he can. Rocks, fires, one gone, hit to the third baseman. Deep throw, good strong arm. He's going to be safe at first base. Cam Revolt. Hitting is contagious. That bring up Sarton. So what happens is when you say you're looking to, or if the ball is played in front of them, you know, short turn. I mean, short turn to first base, long turn, or if you see the ball as a walk, 2-2-2. Walk up will come set. Rocks fires. Sarton fouls it off. But also, once you get around first base and they throw in the baseball, as you're running, get about halfway between first and second. That's when the first base coach said, pick up Coach A, Coach Andrechuk. Pick up Coach to remind him, hey, because he's the one making the decision if you're going to come or not. You don't look for the baseball. Coach will tell you whether to come or not. No balls and a strike. Ball in the dirt. Getting Sarton 0 for 1 in the second game. Ball in the dirt. Wild pitch will allow Bale to score. Makes it 8-4. Revolt will advance from first to the second. And right now, we've got a right-hander throwing for Cleary right now, and Joel, the momentum's all on the Bears' side, and this is where you got to continue that momentum. And the Bears were down 4-0. They've scored 8 straight runs in order to take an 8-4 lead. So we got a trip to the mound by the pitching coach for Cleary. And that's one of those trips coming like, hey, just take a deep breath. You're okay. You know, when I was a pitching coach.
Create a little hiccup.
Yeah, what happens is with me, when I was a pitching coach, you go to talk to the pitchers like, keep everything in a straight line. Just throw to. What happens is you don't want to say, hey, it's going to be okay, all that type of thing. It's like just give them a reminder of something. Like in basketball.
Can't believe the weather's so nice out here today.
Well,
something to distract them.
Well, no, it's more. It's like just a simple reminder of what you should be doing on the mound. Walk up with Rock and fire. Swung on, back to the pitcher, off his glove. Sloan running hard down the first base line. But to finish that point real quick, what happens is like, hey, keep everything in a straight line, because then you get that pitcher, oh, okay, yeah, just a reminder, oh, yeah, I need to keep everything in a straight line. So you're not thinking about, hey, I'll just give up a home run or a double. I just need to keep everything in a straight line with my catcher. So I'll bring up the Miller, the left fielder, 0 for 2. Now we got runners at first and third. It's 8-4. Runners at first and third. Miller 0 for 2. Swung on, hitting his contagious. Oh, nice play by Olson at second base. But that's what in the world of baseball, Joel, that's what now they're starting to find called finding barrels.
Okay.
Because what happens is they're starting to hit the baseball extremely hard because you're finding the barrel of the bat.
I got you.
They're finding barrels right now.
You could tell that the hitting became more solid. Even the out that we had in the outfield, that it was well struck.
Well, you know, even like the last two ball, the one off the pitcher's glove, and then even that ball to second base is now on the outlet. It's a well hard hit ball. That's what you want to do. You want to have you want to find barrels, because even if as a baseball player, if you get out, if you hit it hard,
you're now working on now the pitcher's thinking, well, they're hitting the barrel with my ball, and so now I got to basically either try to play a little more. I get outside my comfort zone.
So we go to
if I can get you as a batter outside of the pitcher's comfort zone, then I have a little bit of an advantage, because now you're thinking about it.
So we go
instead
to
of just doing what you have naturally coming to you.
So we go to the fifth. Cleary leading this one. UPIKE leading this one 8-4. Cleary's 4 runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. The Bears have 8 runs on 9 hits. They have an error as well. And due up here, Polito's got 4 innings pitched, gave it 3 earned runs, got 5 strikeouts and a walk. This will be 9-1-2. Soto, Savala, and Leckley.
So, Gary, as a pitcher, when you have innings like that where you have 2 or 3 and they might go 20, 30 minutes, does
fastball swing on, foul off.
Because your team is on offense, do you tend to stay warm and loose?
That's a great question. That's every pitcher is different. A 1-1 delivery coming from Polito. Fastball. Actually a changeup. Nice pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Myself, between long innings, I always like to start throwing a little bit, like behind the dugout, start tossing, try to get that muscle memory back versus just sitting for so long. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fastball missed high, even to count at 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Some guys prefer not to throw. Some guys prefer to get up and run a little bit. I prefer to just move around and throw a little bit. 2-2, swung on, popped up. Kirkland gives chase over to the wall. It's going to get out of play. So Soto, the shortstop, 1 for 1 here in game number 2.
So, Gary, in NAIA, these type of games, but foul balls like that, do they bring them back into play?
Correct. Yeah, all the foul balls they're asked to be returned.
Okay.
And 1-2-2, swung on and missed. Zach Hill will step out. If you notice how Tyler Manor gave him that position, they give him a clear, straight throwing lane for him to throw the baseball to
but
Tyler.
The other thing that I liked about that, Gary, was I liked how he took about 15 feet outside, created a different angle, if it was less likely for him to actually hit that runner in the baseline. Because I'm assuming if he hits the runner in the baseline, the ball is still in fair play.
Yeah, but the runner's going to be safe, though.
That's exactly right.
Savala, the leadoff hitter, center fielder, 0 for 1 here in game number 2. Change-up, swung on and missed. That's Polito's 6th punch out of the game. Rocks and fires. Breaking ball swung on. Nice piece of hitting. Miller get the baseball in for the Bears. Also, the Bears are missing one of their key pieces from last year, Noah Helton. He had his gallbladder removed. He's scheduled to be returned to practice on Monday and hopefully play next Wednesday against Johnson. I'll bring up Leckley, the right fielder. He's 1 for 2 here in game number 2. He had 3 hits in game number 1 today. He's an outfielder, yeah.
Okay.
I think he can play left or right. Rocks, fires, runners, 1 run. Zach Hill snapped over to first base. Not in time. Nice play. That's the situation there, Joel. The first baseman, he tried the sweep tag, caught the baseball and tried to sweep. A lot of coaches will teach you to catch and punch straight down because it takes longer to sweep than it does. I know it's not a lot quicker,
Right.
but a bang-bang play like that could make the difference, though. Rocks fires. Fastball missed high. I'm not sure if it's 1-0, 2-0, or 1-1. Umpire didn't help us out there.
Again, Gary, just having a great time here today out here at Johnny LeMaster Field. It's nice to see the Bears up.
Fastball outside corner for strike one. I believe that's going to be 2-1, I think.
Coming back after being down 4 runs immediately in the top of the first.
Rocks fires, breaks ball missed high. Run to 3-1, I think. I'm trying to see the umpire's signals here, but he's keeping them hidden, that's for sure. 3-1. Polito comes set, checks the runner. Rocks and fires. Fastball swung, gone, fouled off. So we're filled up, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Gary, I now know why you recommended that I park over at Big Sandy. Less dense in the car.
Yes.
Potential.
It's a nice parking lot. It's an
Oh,
easy walk over, too.
That's exactly right.
Polito will come set. Savala will get his lead at first. He's leaning. Rocks, fires, changeup missed just outside. It'll be Polito's second walk of the ball game. And that's going to bring up the first baseman, Jamison, a 1 for 2. Here in game number 2, he's the young man, Joel, who went deep off the wall in the first inning. But it was held to a single. But however, he does have the power to hit an opposite field as well. Ball hit to Revolta, 4, 6, 3. Double play, another pitcher's best friend.
There you go.
That's the way to throw the baseball, Jeremy Polito. And I'm telling you, Joel, after the first inning, Polito has been on fire.
Unbelievable. I
So
know a couple of pitchers from Atlanta that are in the hall
Oh.
because of that right there.
So what that does to your defense, and I think we got a new pitcher on the mound, guys. Let's see here. This is going to be number 19. Gavin Nelson, a 6'3" righty from Grand Rapids, Michigan. He went to Kalamazoo Valley Community College. But when a play like that does, it gets 4 people touch the baseball. The pitcher throws it, the second baseman fields it, shortstop touches it, and throws over to the first baseman. So 4 of the 9 people touch the baseball. It's just like basketball. Everybody may not want to shoot it. Everybody may not want to go rebound it. Everybody likes to touch it every once in a while, though.
Everybody likes to be involved.
Everybody wants to be involved. Well, however, same thing on defensively. That's the reason you throw the baseball around after a strikeout. You get people just touching the baseball. It keeps people involved going on in the game.
Gary, I'm going to tell you that I don't know how tall this young man is, but he's got to be somewhat as tall, almost as tall as the starting pitcher.
Yeah, both of them are 6'3". So again, the Bears and the Cougars will be a doubleheader tomorrow. So again, the Bears, they threw 2 pitchers in the first game, and Polito's went 5 here in the second game. So I have a little bit more pitching depth tomorrow's 2 games.
Are they going to? We're not going to trade pitchers, are we?
No, we would not. So what happens is
he's
that
only thrown about 60 pitches at most.
Let's see here. Let's see what Polito's at. 87 pitches, 53,
87.
53
I was
strikes.
only off about 20.
So this will be Miller.
And for those that are just tuning in late, you just have missed Gary singing "Take Me Out, Take Me Out to the Ball Game" here in the 5th inning stretch.
Swung on, hit towards third baseman. 5-3 put out. Nice play by the third baseman. Again, if you'll notice there, Joel, he fielded the baseball, didn't stop, just kept his momentum and just tossed the ball over to first base. I bring up Zach Hill, the catcher. He's walked twice
Gary has
today.
committed, if anybody is willing to make a $1,000 donation to the UPIKE Alumni Foundation Scholarship, that he will break out the lungs and sing "Take Me Out to the Ball
As
Game."
long as Alec Morgan will put the camera on me while I sing. I'm sorry, Zach Hill has not walked twice. He's walked and had sacrifice bunnies last time.
Okay, so Gary, he just shored up. He just squared up for a bunt there.
Yeah, trying to get the defense moved, make him thinking a little bit. Rocks, fire, swung on, hit barrel on the baseball to the left fielder, though. He's going to make the grab. Nice piece of hitting by Zach Hill, though. So what you do there, Joe, is you kind of see what the defense will do. You show the bunt to see what kind of rotation they got going on. If I didn't move, then maybe next time I am going to put the bunt down. It's really kind of a cat and mouse game. It's like, let me see what you're going to do.
That was their catcher?
As the catcher, number 9 hitter.
Okay.
So this will be Freeze, 2 for 3. He tripled last time off the center field wall. I think we're going to have an update for a softball game for you guys between innings as well, too. Freeze. First pitch is called strike 1. So also the game of baseball, too, like the first umpire had a real quick, between next pitch, I'll get you guys an update, a positive update about UPIKE softball. Rocks, fire, swung on and fouled off. Softball opens the season with a 13-2 win in 5 innings over Savannah State. Zoe Ingram slapped a grand slam for her first career home run. That's why you do your first career home run, right? Zach? Hit the grand slam. Nice job of Coach Staggs and his staff. 0-2 to Freeze. Swung on, fouled off, held on by the catcher. However, we'll go to the 6th innings. The Bears are leading this one 8-4. I know the Bears are playing Savannah State and also College of Coastal Georgia. Is that right, Alec, this weekend? Got a couple of doubleheaders to open them up. Again,
So the Bears softball won today?
They won 13-2. Game 2. Game 2 is happening right now. So, again, folks at home, the UPIKEBears.com website is the place to go to for all of your sports. If you want to keep up with UPIKE sports, you want to keep up
Hold
with
on,
all.
fellas, I got to get a selfie.
Yes. So,
Not many times you get opening day with the SDI crew. Get him, Gary.
So our sports information department, you start thinking about UPIKEBears.com. Everything's going on with UPIKE Bears. You got these 2 young men right here who run the whole department. We got the only sports we don't have playing right now, I think, is volleyball and football. Is that right, Alec? We only have 2 sports not going. So UPIKEBears.com.
Welcome to COVID around
Yeah.
UPIKE. COVID has caused our sports to roll like full throttle for almost 2 years now.
Van Oster 0 for 2, the DH. Toledo rocks and fires. Fastball, strike 1. But now this is a normal schedule.
Oh, really?
This is a normal. It's
gosh.
it's called the crossover season.
Okay.
In the SID world, the crossover season. Break the ball, miss low and outside, a ball and a strike. So yeah, of all the sports, which is 26, 27, or I don't know how many sports we have, but we only have 2 not playing right now. Rocks, fires, swung on and missed, strike 2, ball 2 strikes. So UPIKEBears.com. Keep up with all UPIKE athletics news at the website. Toledo rocks and fires. Break the ball, miss low and outside. They'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Appreciate you guys tuning in, watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Amazing what kind of day we've had here today.
Fastball, a little changeup, I'm sorry. Just missed. They'll fill the count up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. And I'm just looking over Alec Morgan's shoulder now, seeing the schedule. Fastball inside, just missed, ball 4.
Coming up to bat, number 13, Aaron Dyke.
That's going to bring up Dyke, the left fielder. He's 0 for 2 here in game number 2. I see. Rocks, fires, fastball missed high and outside, ball 1. Between innings, I want to brag on the UPIKE Sports Network, and I want to tell you the schedule for tomorrow. You'll be amazed what's going on tomorrow. Ball, no strikes, runner at first. Swung up, popped up. He'll throw the mask, tries to find the baseball, gets back to the wall. Ball get out of play, though. We'll even count of 1.
Gary, you know what kind of a proponent of academics I am.
Yes, sir.
It amazes me, and I'm not amazed now, but if you're looking to get into any type of media, it doesn't have to be sports media,
Correct.
anything else media.
Correct.
UPIKE is a great place to come because of the explosion that you all have invested here with the sports information. You know, these two gentlemen right here, and the crew that work with them. You know, the camera crews that you have going around.
Building a resume.
Oh.
Polito rocks and fires, swung on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Polito has been cruising.
And I could be out of whack, but you know, you have this much sports and this much activity going on with the explosion that's going on here at the university. We're going to have opportunities for people to be in front of the camera, behind the camera, and
ball
everywhere,
2.
Gary.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And also, it's not just athletics. There's a lot of things going on the academic side, too, where students are having an opportunity to lead groups, participate, start building their resume for after graduation. We want to educate you, but also we want to help you prepare for your career, too. It's more than just books. 2-2, swung on, lifted out toward right field. Miller will come in. Now he'll go back. He'll squeeze it with 2 hands. Nice fundamental baseball there by A.J. Miller out in right field.
Gary,
first out of the inning into the 6th.
It's not only the experience, and you look at what we've tried to educate everybody watching us today. You know, you see through perseverance after the first game. You know, one decision makes it struggle, but then all of a sudden you just persevere a little longer, and then you turn around the second game, you're up 4 runs with less than 4 outs to go.
Cone up third baseman.
5 outs to go.
0 for 1 here in the second game. But again, at the University with 1 ball and no strikes, gotten out here in the bottom, the top of the 6th. Excuse me, Bears leading this one 8-4. Polito will come set. Swung on, fouled off, because all of our students, as the commercial says, will go pro in something else besides sports. So what happens there? If we have an opportunity, utilize that sport as that engine to get your college degree, but also there have to be something besides the sport in order to prepare you for a career. 1-1 delivery. Change up. I tell you what, Zach Hill is doing a phenomenal job behind the plate. Those pitches easily, if the ball gets by him, the runner's going to advance. It's a 4-run ball game. All the momentum's on the Bears side, but however you let the runner start moving around the bases, that momentum can go to the other side. Ball hits the cone.
Again, you go back to this point. First inning, they score 4 runs. You know, it's not outside of their way to score 4 runs.
Ethan Turnhouse throwing for the Bears in the bullpen.
But again, as you would say, you take the pitcher back, you settle him down just a smidge, and then you let him get back into his game. Just throw the ball straight.
Polito's up to 102 pitches. This might be his last inning, maybe his last hitter if he gets on, potentially, just because of the number of pitches early in the season. This will bring up the catcher. He's 0 for 2, Floor. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Fastball missed high and outside because I know the Bears are up 8-4, playing the 7-inning game. We're in the 6th. However, the tying run is on deck. You think about a 3-run home run and another home run. But now Sternhouse in the bullpen, he'd probably be the closer this year for the Bears. More of a 3-quarter action type pitcher. Polito rocks, fires, so again, fastball outside corner,
just
strike
like
one.
anything else, you're going to keep the pitch count at a minimum the first part of the season.
Well, exactly, because you don't want to sit there and tax them so much in the beginning of the year. Now, Polito, he's what you call an innings eater. He can throw a lot of innings for you, but also you want to be strong at the end of the year as well.
You'll go all the way through the end of April?
Into April. Swung on, a baseball hit to A.J. Miller. Nice play at right field. He'll get it back in. Can revolt, and that's the second out here in the 6th.
That's
hard hit
right there,
baseball.
Gary. Yes.
That's the hardest play to make in baseball. A line drive right at you, and that ball's moving. Nice job of A.J. Miller out there. I think we're going to have a pinch hitter, I believe. They're going to send Olson back. Yeah, they're going to have a pinch hitter.
So
Let's
Gary,
see.
we're getting back to the point that I like to stress upon that getting an education is not about just the books that you have, and getting an education is all about the experience too. And here in Pikeville, a town of a little over 7,000, with a very tight academic community and supportive, you have a program that's growing and supportive, and it's always good to be a Bear, even though I'm not a Bear. It's been great to see here.
Real quick, we've got a pinch hitter. This is Colton Fountain, who's pinch hitting. He caught the first game for the Cougars. So it's 8-4, bottom to the top of the sixth, two outs. Toledo Rocks fires fastball, outside strike one.
Always good to get ahead on the count.
It is. It kind of sets the tone a little bit more. It kind of put a little bit more pressure on the hitter. Rocks fires, swung gone, hit to Kirkman the third. He'll step on the bag for the third. Nice job, Jeremy Polito. So we'll go to the bottom of the sixth. Bears leading this one 8-4. And I would say Sternhouse will come in and pitch the seventh. Polito's done such a wonderful job. He's already over 100 pitches already. After I take the first inning out of play there, his second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, he's pitched really well. And a coach, you always want to remove a player on a positive and not after a home run.
Right.
So what happens is, and then also speaking as a pitcher, I know we're going to hit just now, but my area of expectations is pitch. My expertise, I should say, is pitching. And also
Really?
as a coach, I should talk about a coach. I'd rather a pitcher be able to come in and start fresh versus sending your starter back out and have to bring somebody in or you're in a jam. So coaching, and I think Coach A will do this, hey, you remove him, he's pitched 6 strong innings for you, go to Ethan Sternhouse and say, hey, you know what, you'll close this game out for us. But however, let's put some more runs on the board here in the bottom of the sixth inning.
Never better than the half of my inning to put some runs up there.
So Kirkman, Maynard, and Bayo. Also, I know he's listening in. Coach Obed Keelace, taking our tennis team down to Point University today. I know he's listening in. He told me he would not watch. He said he'd definitely be listening to us. So, Coach, we wish you the best of luck this weekend in the tennis team.
We know why we don't have the volleyball team playing. It's the tennis team's out there going.
Nelson rocks and fires for the Cougars, and he hit Kirkman in the head. A little glancing blow, though. He's okay. I got a funny story of getting hit in the head myself when I was pitching. We'll save that for later. Maynard stepping in the box.
Gary, not that
Two
I'm a
for
social
three.
media guy, but a big shout out to one of our former SIDs here, Dan White.
Yes.
It looks like Dan's
Dan the man.
Dan's following us here. Check and make sure that the SIDs now don't get anything step up than what he had to deal with.
Maynard swings on and misses the first
of course,
pitch.
Dan was back in the days when y'all had half as many sports. Isn't that what y'all told me?
Well, no. Well, we still have quite a few sports, but Dan.
Dan's a good man. It's gone into education.
Yes, sir. Can't think anybody better for it.
No, taking his experiences he took from here.
Fastball missed low and inside, 1-1.
Went out and educate the next generation, which is awesome.
Ball and a strike. Also, he's a new parent too. They adopted a child.
That is right.
Rocks, fire, swung on. There's a little hit and
Oh,
run.
there you go.
Past the shortstop.
Again.
Kirkman will get from first to third on the hit and run. And see, like there, Tyler Maynard at first base took a wide turn to first. That's where the first base coach's job is: wide turn, find the baseball. Then you tell them who has the baseball. So the runner's not looking around for the baseball. Hey, third baseman's got it. So he knows where the baseball is too. So I'll bring up Bayo.
Okay, so Gary, what's the play here?
Well, here, first and third, you're up 4. You don't want to give up an out now. So you also have a number 4 hitter, Eduardo Bayo. He's 1 for 2. He's singled. He actually doubled last time over the right fielder's head. You let him hit. Fastball outside, strike 1. because the situation here is you'll give 4, 5, 6 coming up. A fly ball scores him.
Okay.
So you tell him, say, get something in the air, drive a run in. Rocks, fires, breaking ball, delayed steal. Tyler Maynard. And Jared Kirkman will score. Maynard will advance to third. And Kirkman's limping a little bit. Let's hope we can walk that off. So I'll give the Bears a 9-4 lead. So Maynard we credited for the steal, and then Kirkman should be able to score on the throw.
So Gary, here's a question I've got. Go ahead. Let's finish up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so what happened in that third situation, you're trying to draw the throw, and the guy on third base, as soon as he sees that throw, you're just taking off as soon as it's on throw. So the infield's going to come in now. So it's 1-1 on Bayo. Swung on to the second baseman. Nice job by the second baseman, stop the runner.
So Gary, when we had the player come in here, is the catcher allowed to block the plate now?
You have to be going for the baseball. No, you can't be just blocking the plate.
Like they used to.
You have to make a play. Correct.
Okay.
You have to go be in front, behind, or making a play on the baseball. Player safety rule.
Right.
I bring up Cam Revolt, the second baseman. He's 2 for 2 here in game number 2. Bears leading this one 9-4. Breaking ball, strike one. I think it's an earned run. Yep. Swung on. The left fielder couldn't find the baseball.
Oh, there you go,
If
Gary.
he'll look over the left field wall, he'll find it.
There you go, Gary. Left field.
Cam Revolt, a freshman. This goes big fly. Yeah, zoom in on him, Moss, and let everybody see him rounding third base here. Cam Revolt puts the Bears up 11-4.
He put it in the right spot.
Well,
Gary,
the thing, but also it's a situation he was ready to hit.
Right.
He looked for one pitch in one spot, but once he got that pitch, though, he was ready to hit it. A lot of times hitters will look for a pitch in one spot, but they're not ready to hit it. It's like, oh, my goodness, I was looking for that pitch. Cam was ready to hit it. Swung on by Sarton Sloan. Ground ball to second base. Sarton Sloan running hard down the line to be safe on the air. So now you're finding barrels. People still running hard, Joel. 11-4.
It goes back to the infectious thing that you had start at the first of the game. After you got through the top of the first.
Brings up Miller, the left fielder.
You know, Gary, and I will go back to this point. It really didn't start until the top of the second. Because if you remember, our bottom of our first was almost like a 1-2-3.
It was 1-2-3.
5 or 6 pitch inning. But the resilience that this team has shown is impressive.
Miller 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Again, 4 runs in the first for Cleary. It's been all UPIKE since then, though. They're leading this one 11-4. Miller. Yeah, he's been in the whole game. Yeah, so Miller digging in. You got runner up first. Sloan reached on the air. Ball in the dirt. And so that's a good piece of base run, even though Sarton was already running on the pitch. So he's going on the pitch, but the ball was in the dirt. And he read it in the dirt. He was already making a turn. So it's 3-0.
Gary, and I'm sure our coaches will make a point of this, but if we go back to the second inning, this all started with this young man in the batter's box being on third base and just taking the eye of the third baseman off of his job.
Strike one. Well, you know, it all started in the second inning by the guy who just hit the home run.
Oh,
He may hit the ball over the shortstop's head.
That's exactly right.
And then what happens is he ends up scoring because he runs hard, sliding in third base. Exactly right. So it's contagious. 11-4. Bears leading this one. Bottom of the 6th. 3-1 count. Miller swings on. I'm sorry, it's 3-2. Strike him out. Sarton will run on the strikeouts. The heads up base running by Sarton. I bring up A.J. Miller, the right fielder. He's 1 for 2.
Well,
1 for 2.
One out or two.
Oh, they're 2 outs now. Is there out? No. Strikeout, and who else got out? Yeah, I think there are 2 outs. Grounded out. Miller swings on and miss. No balls and a strike. Appreciate you guys tuning in to Bears Baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network.
You've almost missed the whole day today, but at least you've been able to watch and listen to us on the radio. Oh, UPIKE Sports Network. How about the play-by-play guy sporting the new jersey?
No balls and 2 strikes.
Large.
No balls and 2 strikes.
Did I miss the opening day bags?
Well,
Did Gary not tell you I was coming?
yeah, you gotta show up for the cold weather games for
Is
this
that
too.
what it is?
Yeah.
That way.
Swung on, hit to the first baseman. He fields it, steps on the bag, and they'll retire the Bears in the 6th. And let's see what happens with Jeremy Polito. Or they're going to go to the Cern House. Let's see what's going to happen here. Now, they're going to send Polito out. He said he's good to go. So after 6 inning plays, the Bears leading this one 11-4.
Oh, he's going to send him back out there. He's going to try to get
You know
him
what? That's another thing, too.
game.
And every coach has a different philosophy. Now, if it's an 8-4 game, he probably doesn't go out. But it's 11-4, so you have a little bit more cushion. Also, you got to talk to your pitcher and see how he feels. Too much time in baseball is spent for pitchers. They're saying, oh, he's thrown so many pitches, he's reached his limit.
Right.
But everybody has a different limit. Some pitchers can throw 70 pitches strong. Some pitchers can throw 150 pitches strong. But now we got this too much in analytics versus talking to the person and say, how are you feeling? And then coaches paying attention. So when I coached or when I played to tell if I coached if I was good, if I was getting tired, you can tell if they start dropping the arm when they throw the baseball because the muscle is getting tired. But however, if that thing is still strong, still a good angle on the baseball, let him go if you can. Now, again, in this situation, if it's 8-4, I still probably bring in Cern House.
Gary, what is the, I guess, since we'll play again midweek, they'll play tomorrow.
Correct.
But, I mean, he'll come back and pitch midweek or next weekend?
Next weekend. He'll have 6 days off, more than likely. Pitch next Friday or Saturday. Got a pinch hitter. This will be number 1. He's had in that bat in that first game. Flogger. Yeah, Kendall Flogger. Flogger. Yep. Yeah, first pitch, strike 1. Nope, called a ball. And also, as a coach too, Joe, you looking for your pitcher, look at velocity. So if he lost any kind of the pop on the mitt, ball low. Ball 2, excuse me. Polito rock and fire, 2 balls, no strikes. Fastball outside corner, strike 1. But yeah, as a coach, I always looked at velocity. Velocity is he's very similar to where he was. Arm angle. Pitch missed low and outside, 3 balls and a strike. And Jeremy right now still got the same arm angle. It doesn't look like he's tired. Mechanics looks good. Posture looks good. Composure looks good. Swung on, popped up. I think Polito needs to be covering first base, though. But now he's getting over. Miller will call for it. Makes the grab in foul territory. And the reason why the pitcher, anytime the ball is hit to the right side, the pitcher needs to be going to first base. Because the worst place you can be is on the mound. Because you can't help anybody there. So your first baseman, let's say if somebody drops the baseball there, and then that runner around first base, what if he falls down? We still can't get him out because there's nobody at first base. So anytime the ball on the right side, the pitcher needs to be getting over. Zavala is the leadoff hitter. He's 1 for 2 with the center fielder. Strike 1 outside corner. Playing him to pull. Rocks fire, swung on to Sarton to short. Oh, underneath his glove. Been E6 on Sarton. But it was an aggressive error, though. That's one of those things that Coach Anderchuk's won't say anything to him because instead of sitting back waiting on the baseball, he was going to go get it. Because that's the leadoff hitter. He knew he was hitting. I've got to get rid of it quickly. I have to attack the baseball. That's an aggressive error. It's okay.
Leadoff hitters are typically ground ball hitters that are fast.
Quick, usually. This is the right fielder, Leckley. Well, Lackley, 1 for 2 in the game number 2. Sternhouse not throwing in the bullpen now. They're going to go Rod Polito all 7. I'll toss it over to Maynard.
Well, Gary, again, I'll tell you that we've had a great crowd here today.
Oh.
It's been beautiful weather.
Swung on, Sarton. 6-4, 3, double. Oh, he's going to call him safe at first. They're going to call him safe at second. That's a good call at second base, too. He is safe. So I know Coach A's wanted to discuss this one. But it was what happens is Sarton, and maybe a little miscommunication between 2 freshmen. Instead of saying, hey, I want to pitch or I want to take it. But when he tossed the baseball to him, see Cam, the second baseman, wasn't sure if he's going to toss it or not. So he's already backing off the bag to get out of the way his way. Then Sarton tossed the baseball. Then Cam had the baseball. He wasn't even close to the bag. That's the right call by the umpire. Nice job by him. Sometimes the umpires in an 11-4 ball game, well, anything close, we'll go and call him out.
Right.
This crew's done a good job today. That's what he's explaining to the shortstop and second baseman right now. Hey, use off the bag when you caught the baseball. Now, let's talk about this. So it's 11-4, 1 out. Runners at first and second, though. Now it's going to bring up Jamison, the first baseman, 1 for 3. That one, he went off the left field wall.
Yeah, but again, our last two balls have been ground balls, and I mean that's what you want to see. I mean they're putting the bat on it, but they're still not getting it in the air.
It's one thing. It's like you still want to relax.
Right.
It's going to be a ball 1 outside because remember you're playing 2 games tomorrow. You want to try to use this momentum today. You don't want just to survive this game. You want to finish the game out as positive as possible. So maybe Polito will get us a ground ball here. We get a double play. Get ready for tomorrow. Fastball, inside corner, strike 1. I think his velocity is the same in the 7th as it's been in the first inning, too. Ball and a strike. Got an out here in the 7th.
Of course, you go back to the second baseman, and you go, fellas, we could already be at home.
Swung on. Up the middle.
Oh,
nice
there you
job,
go.
Cameron Revolt. He'll get an out there. You talk
That's
about
a good
redeeming
play.
yourself. You talk about redeeming yourself there.
That's exactly right.
That's 2 freshmen, folks, right there. The second baseman also hit a home run. The shortstop's done well today, too. It's 2 freshmen playing. They've got 2 outs, runners on first and third now.
Gary, you only have 2 upperclassmen on the field.
Van Olster, the DH, will step in the box.
And one of them's the pitcher.
And one of them's the pitcher. Young team.
As you said, and the good thing is you're going to see that ups and down coming back and forth. But the other thing you're going to see is their ability to bounce back, and that it being rough occasionally.
Polito will come set, rocks and fires. Fastball caught strike 1. No balls and a strike. Got 2 outs here in the 7th. 11-4 Bears. Runners at first and third. Polito trying to get the complete game. Fastball low and outside. I'll even the count of 1.
I'm assuming you'll see the first baseman try to go down to second, would you not?
But you're down 7.
Right.
You're 1 out away from losing the ball game. More than likely, probably going to stay at home. Because the theory is we need more than you.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like, do you take that risk? Kind of benefit risk
Reward.
What would be the risk rewards, right? Swung on over Kirkman's head. That scores Savala. And you'll probably see them go 1 base at a time versus try to go multiple bases. Makes it 11-5. I'll bring up the left fielder, Dyke. He's 0 for 3. We're trying to work on the glare for you folks there. Kind of this time of day, when that sun gets below that mountain, you're going to see a little bit of glare. We're just glad to see the sun. Fastball called strike 1. No balls and a strike. 2 outs, 11-5. They got 5, Mike. They got 5.
So let's not forget that tomorrow at noon we're back here for another doubleheader.
No balls and 2 strikes. True. Yeah,
Finish it up here with Cleary.
Yeah, same 2 teams. That's what I love about baseball. It's a series. can't just have we don't have one dominant player. Well, you got to have a team versus just one dominant player. No balls and 2 strikes. Jeremy Polito's going to try to close this one out for the Bears. Try to pick up the 3rd win of the season. Rocks, fires, swung on, popped up. The Bears give chase. Kirkman calls for it. Kirkman squeezes it,
in front of you.
and the
about
Bears win this one 11-5. Complete game victory for Jeremy Polito. You know something there, Joe? I just saw our second baseman, Cameron Revolt.
What?
Over to the second base umpire. Second baseman, Cameron, goes over and shakes the umpire's hand. Basically, thank you for explaining that call to me. Handling it professionally. So
at the end of the day, you have to. That's part of the educational experience with players. Is the umpire is the ruling body on the field.
That's right.
You can either be rough with it, or you can be take it as an education.
So the Bears moved to 3-6. Cleary moved to 3-3 on the season. Real quick, let's go just do a recap here for you folks. Cleary scores 4 in the first, 0s in the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. They'll score 1 in the seventh for 5 runs, 5 hits, and 4 errors. The Bears scored no runs in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third, 4 in the fourth. They don't score in the fifth. They score 3 in the sixth for 11 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors. Offensively, Cleary was led. They had multiple players with 1 hit apiece. Savala, Lockley, Jamison, and Von Oster all had 1 hit apiece for them. For the Bears, multiple players had multiple hits. Tyler Freeze 2 for 4, Maynard 2 for 4, Revolt 3 for 3. Also, Bayo had a hit on the afternoon, and A.J. Miller had a hit in game number 2. And let's talk about Jeremy Polito as far as his final stat line. 7 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, only 3 earned, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, and 2 were looking. So, and he ends up throwing 125 pitches, gets 6 flyouts, gets 7 groundouts to go along with those 6 strikeouts as well too. So an impressive way to end the doubleheader, Joel, and going into the 2 games tomorrow against Cleary. That's the type of things Coach Anderchuk keeps on talking about. The staff and his players climb the mountain. You can't climb the mountain. You can't start at the bottom and go directly to the top. You go 1 step at a time. You got to have firm footing each step.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some foundational stuff laid today here in game 2, Joel.
I was impressed with the way that the coach has them at this point in the season. To know that we are only a little over 2.5, maybe 3 weeks in of really baseball practice and play. Knowing where cards are stacked here locally with these guys not getting to practice very much. Gary, they were very sound. The game that I called, they never lost their composure, even though they started off on such a poor footing. And from what you told me, they came back from the earlier game. I was totally impressed, especially with the pitcher. So I think it's only straight up the hill, 1 step at a time, again for the Bears.
Well, the thing is, you look at the Bears team, and Coach Anderchuk took over late in the process, took over in July last year. Sometimes when you have coaching changes, Joel, and what happens with the coaches, they try to turn the roster over, or they try to bring other players in. Well, Coach Anderchuk and Coach Russell did not. Well, he said, we got talent here. These young men decided they want to be at the University of Pikeville. Our job is to coach them and develop them. And you can see all fall they practiced. During the spring they haven't had an opportunity to practice a whole lot. But however, everybody knows their role, and they're starting to produce on the field as well.
Well, and most people can't see now, Gary, is that these guys have just won the game. They've shaken hands, and now they're back out here prepping the field for tomorrow. Or I guess maybe they can see it, in preparation for tomorrow morning. So no one is above anyone else. Again, another one of those building blocks that you and I talk about with trying to build, that team and that family type atmosphere. It all starts with equality in the fact that I mean my pitcher who just won the game, complete games over here, dragging the on deck circle.
Yeah, it's amazing right now, and this is why I think makes baseball different from other sports. Because this, outside of softball, this is the only sport that you'll have where you worked on your own field before the game and after game. So you talked about that brotherhood. So, Joel, appreciate you hopping in the
Gary,
broadcast.
I appreciate you having me. It's wonderful to be here. On opening day, my first Bears game, victory. I hate I couldn't get here a little earlier, but it's always my pleasure.
You're undefeated in the booth, that's for sure.
Yeah,
you show up next time. We'll try to find you a hot dog somewhere.
Well, yeah, hot dog, that or some Sports Network garb. Just saying. I missed the goodie bag before we got in today. But it's been a pleasure.
So for my partner, Joel Thornberry, I'm Gary Justin. We appreciate you guys watching Bears Baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Go Bears.